Bum 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 ba dum bum. Ba ba dum bum ba da da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da 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 da. Bum bum ba 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 da bum. Ba ba da ba da da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum. We're just we're streaming live on the channel. And for some reason, I'm still coming through the room. They can turn me off in the room. They don't want to listen to me this whole time, do they? We're streaming live on the channel. John can kill me. And for some reason, I'm still coming through the room. You guys don't need to hear me singing. There you go. They can turn me off in the room. They don't want to listen to me. I feel bad for those people on the thing. We're streaming live on the channel. Okay, so that's what we're testing, everybody. Hi, everybody. You guys don't need to hear me singing. Welcome to the pre-CitizenCon Day 1 audio test. Okay, so that's what we're testing, everybody. Hi, everybody. Jared. You guys don't need to hear me singing. Welcome to the pre-CitizenCon. That's Justin behind me. Say hi, Justin. We are backstage at what we're referring to as Hall A. If you've been to CitizenCon.com and taken a look at the big venue map, Hall A is where we're exhibiting all the different presentations this year. We are backstage of Hall A, where all the magic happens, where I'll be spending most of my time hiding out during the now 2-day event. There's a little bit of lag. Interesting. So let's see. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to count off, and I'm going to count my fingers, and you tell me if we're lagged, okay? Interesting. 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, about a half-second lag. Yeah, okay, that's right. This is what we're doing. I'm going to jump into my handy-dandy stream software here. 5. And I just got to remember, you know, where it is to do that. Yeah, okay, that's right. This is what we're doing. I'm going to jump into my handy-dandy stream software here. 5. And I just got to remember, you know, where it is to do that. How you guys doing? You guys excited for CitizenCon? This is what we're doing. I'm going to jump into my handy-dandy stream software here. And I just got to remember, you know, where it is to do that. How you guys doing? We're going to try this again. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. How you guys doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still lagged? All right. Hang on. We're going to switch scenes, and I'll be right back. Can you guys still hear me? Was the sound before the picture, or was it after the picture? Was it the sound before the picture or after the picture? We're going to do this again. So, it's the sound.
Okay, it is kind of funny that Jared is going through the same thing that I am right now. So, yeah, hopefully this is coming through okay. Get my mic over here. And we are on Twitch now. I'm not sure how much of the intro I'm going to be doing here because it is 2 hours until game time, so we'll kind of see. I'll probably jump in with the carnival. I've got, let's see, Scarlet and maybe Ghost popping in here for a bit. Sounds like they got that going.
All right, let's see if I went in the right direction or not.
And I'm going to start something else.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All I want you to say is before or after. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got it. All right. What? Only to 5. Okay, we're going to do it one more time. Ready? They don't believe I can do to 10. Hold on. We'll do to 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9. I messed up my hands. 10. I recall Central Park and Fall. You see this? You see this? Look at that. Look at that. Hold on. Look at that. See that in that corner right there? Oh, this guy right here. Oh, it's gonna be so cool tomorrow. Cool. All right, I think we're good then. Yeah, everybody, that does it for the test. Remember that we go live with a countdown at 10 a.m. Pacific. Well, it's not really a countdown, it's just be a big spinning screen with some music. The pre-show starts at about 10:30 a.m. Pacific, and then the big shindig starts at 11 a.m. Pacific, on time, because we always start on time. Only on twitch.tv/StarCitizen. See you tomorrow, everybody. Bye. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
And because of the lag in between YouTube and reality, even though we are at 5 minutes 7 seconds in reality, we're about 1 minute away. I will drop out of the timer once they start streaming. So hopefully that'll be literally any minute now, since it is now 8:59 in the AM on the West Coast. So again, not sure how long exactly I will be doing this intro. I will assume they will be giving away some details during this, but we'll see. I will not regale you with phenomena, although I kind of want to. Do, 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 do. Oh, Raised Guide and Info Runners are both going live. Meanwhile, I got a comment about Scam Citizen. It's weird. About once every couple weeks, somebody drops in on that video, doesn't watch it, and just leaves a comment about how they think it's definitely a scam. So, yeah, that's fun stuff. I did kind of know what I was getting into when I did that. Oh, it's funny. DG still react. DG360. If you don't watch him, follow him. Although he's not covering Star Citizen so much these days. He's doing Epic NPC Man, which is Viva La Dirt League, which are pretty funny group. I think they're based out of the UK, but they do like game related sketches that are pretty good. Never seen them. Check them out. We are at 9:02. Gonna refresh Twitch and see if we're up yet.
Consumer Reports rates Subaru as the 2023 best mainstream automotive brand, and the Subaru Crosstrek is a Consumer Reports recommended model. It's easy to love a brand you can trust.
This. They
it's
might
easy to love
not
a Subaru.
Actually start the stream at 9.
What's this?
We're gonna mute the ads. They might start the stream at 11 when the actual content starts. So if they do that, we'll jump into Star Citizen and check out 321. Oh, here. This is if you missed the intro on this is kind of funny. I'll just let you all listen to this. Here, I'll switch it up so you can see it.
We're streaming live on the channel, and for some reason I'm still coming through the room. They can turn me off in the room. They don't want to listen to me this whole time, do they? John can kill me. You guys don't need to hear me singing. There you go. I feel bad for those people in the thing. Okay, so that's what we're testing, everybody. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the pre-CitizenCon Day 1 audio test. I'm Jared, and that's Justin behind me. Say hi, Justin. We are backstage at what we're referring to as Hall A. If you've been to CitizenCon.com and taken a look at the big venue map, Hall A is where we're exhibiting all the different presentations this year. We are backstage of Hall A, where all the
I was gonna say that looks backstage.
Where I'll be spending most of my time hiding out during the now 2-day event. There's a little bit of lag. Interesting. So let's see. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna count off, and I'm gonna count my fingers, and you tell me if we're lagged. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About a half-second lag. Yeah. Okay. That's right. This is what we're doing. I'm gonna jump into my handy-dandy stream software here. And I just got to remember, where it is to do that.
We are going to call up their site here and see.
How you guys doing? You guys excited for CitizenCon?
What time they actually go live? Not that. I think it's about here. Gonna
all right.
Mute Jared.
We're gonna try this again.
Not the Spirit. Oh, did they bump it off? I think they did. All right, we'll just go calm like. Scroll down this week. Actually, it should be in this week. You should have a link there. They're generally pretty good about that. Keep an eye. Teasers. But when when are you actually starting the stream? Yeah, they say doors open, but they don't say they actually start streaming then. Our Twitch channel, 10 a.m. Okay, so they're not starting till 10 a.m. So how about we hop into Star Citizen? How does that sound? So let's go. Give you guys a shot of Rufus here. Here's my baby. That out of the way. Let us play some Star Citizen. If you guys haven't seen the A1 yet, we could pop into that. It's kind of cool. So we're getting in here. Again, that's Rufus, who is currently curled up by my side. Wait for it. I have a feeling a lot of other people are doing this exact same thing. Wait for it. Wait for it. One thing that kind of sucks on this, actually no, did it save it? So I jumped in, let's see, I think it was it Thursday night? I think it was Thursday night, right when 321 dropped. And I went and I did a bunker mission and immediately got like pegged right in the head. Actually, I think I killed like 3 or 4 guys. Then just got hit in the head hard. What time is it in Australia? It is like 2 o'clock. Okay, so we're good. It's like, what, 2 p.m. or 2 a.m.? I've got a clock with 3 faces on it up on my wall that has US, EU, and Australia time, so I'll usually try to go to the one that's least populated at that time. But anyway, so went in, did a couple bunker missions, and on the second bunker mission, immediately got popped in the head, and I was just like, oh, well, crap, okay, I'll just respawn, because people are out doing their own thing. It sounded like they were having a good old time, probably wouldn't come and rescue me anytime soon. So I spawned back at Lorville Hospital, fell through the geometry of the floor, and then, oh, so if you guys haven't seen this yet, I'll get to this in a second. Fell through the floor and kind of got stopped on the geometry, and it wouldn't let me respawn again, and so I was just stuck there, so I had to Alt F4, jump out, and jump back in. So I lost all of my armor, but one of the things I was afraid I was going to lose was my stupid snake jacket, but fortunately it retained my my A1, so it didn't happen. But one thing that's going on now, you can sort of see my dude is walking like a hunchback, and that is because right now you sort of see how he's walking all weird. That is because there's a powerful wind ripping through Lorville right now. So yeah, you spawn at Lorville, be aware that there's going to be some parts where all of a sudden your tune just isn't moving that well, and you'll see it when I come down to these stairs. But yeah, good stuff. So a couple bugs on this patch, but by and large seems to be running pretty well. We've got pretty good frames on it. Yeah, so this is where it tends to get bad. So we'll see if it's, he's kind of leaning into it. Although he's not rolling slow anymore. Maybe there has to be an actual storm. I think when there's an actual storm here, it's worse. But it was getting to the point where he wouldn't even walk around this corner. They'd be moving about this fast each time. So yeah, good stuff. I am going to change out of the sperm suit, so hang on. Let's see, what should I wear? Take off the helmet before you can take off the undersuit. So technically I am a trader, which carnival colors means that I gotta wear yellow. Look at all of these worm suits. God, how many times have I died? Too many. Too many. I'm a bad leader. Do you like this one? One of my favorites though. Oh, that's interesting. Why is... I guess that's the standard beacon, has the gray. Interesting. Never really noticed that before. Just always assumed it was this one. Traders, our color is yellow. Kind of color coding. Again, we're the carnies, so we don't really subscribe to anything. You can wear whatever you want, but for people that want to RP, that's kind of the way they go. This one right here is one of my favorites. I love the Pembroke. Looks like Space Marine armor almost. Let's see. So now I got to find that helmet. Wouldn't do to not have the right helmet. It's this one. And we need the right backpack. For those of you who didn't know, if you click this drop down, you can isolate it down to specific words. Words this early in the morning don't particularly work all that well. Customize bullets. I probably won't be doing too much in this. Let's see. Because despite its appearance, it's not that heavily armored. Let's see. I did lose my Damaco, which kind of upsets me. Yeah, that one's a Gallant. I usually run with an S71 anyway, but I just wanted to see what I lost. The F55 looks amazing, but isn't that accurate, so the better one to go with is the Damaco. Carnival is Gemini horse, so we do tend to go with Gemini. I like the Coda though. Just the big ass revolver off of there. But this is a Carnival thing, so let's stick with the Carnival. Let's see, so we need primary. Let's get an S71, which is right there. That up there. And of course, I'm going to switch a few things out on that. Let's go attachments. Size 2. I put a silencer on there. The silencer actually does work. So this one's kind of a question. Usually when I'm going with a close range weapon, I'll go with the laser. Otherwise, I'll go with the flashlight. I do like to pull that scope and just put on a reflex sight. It's just a little bit quicker. Oh, that's another thing. I'll bet I lost all my ammo. Yeah, all my ammo was on my character. Okay, well, back to weapons. And again, it knocked out my filter, so let's look for a size 1, I believe. Wait, is that one? Nope. Size 2, I might not have another size 1. Not that I ever pull my pistol. If I pull my pistol, I kind of figure I'm in trouble. Now, the pistol, I will put a laser on, because that way you can turn on your laser, and it's a lot more sort of twitchy, accurate. Yeah, you can sort of tell the wind is picking up a little bit here. What else do I need? Utility. Oh, damn it. Grabbed all of my, let's go with this one. This is the most important part of Star Citizen right now, is the whole Star Barbie. Very important. Do I not have a miner? I don't think I have a miner. The cutter doesn't do anything, which is this one, but I like to have it. I think you can actually open doors if you shoot them enough with it. You can blow up boxes on box missions, but it's basically useless. So let's go on down here, pick up some ammo so that when we jump in later, we got about 45 minutes till the stream starts. CIG stream, not mine, obviously I'm here. So let's see. Gotta do the rail slide. Whee! And hold up, hold up, hold up. Rail slide. Tony Hawk. That's what we're doing there. Let's pop on over here. We're gonna grab ammo. Probably need medical stuff too. Apparently I'm not the only one doing this. Let's see, we'll go not all categories. We want attachments, which for some reason, which is where they hide the ammo. And we want S71. I have no idea why it just went to that view. It's been doing that this patch. Get 11 of those. I don't really need pistol ammo, but I do want this. Probably just 2 of these. This is when you're salvaging a ship with the hand tool. You can use this. Okay. Get away from that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it snagged all my water and stuff too. So let's grab a few of these. I'll just do them one at a time. So this is kind of one of the
if you need something, use the terminal. That's what it's there for.
You know what, dude? Just be glad we can't shoot you anymore. You used to be able to throw things at him and it would injure him. He's not wrong though. I could have bought like 5 of these in the terminal. I just don't like the fact he's right. Yeah, one problem with this armor is that it goes through water real quick. You can see I'm already down to 75%. I just logged in. So actually, we're going to take care of that right now while I'm still thinking about it. One good thing about this helmet. Okay, so here's something. Oh, actually, it's working. Sometimes you'll get a bug where you can't interact with your tune. If you grab something over in your inventory, just pick it up and drop it. It'll let you start interacting with your stuff again, just as a heads up. We'll work around. I'm gonna drink this. I think I might have been doing something before. We'll see. Yeah, here we go. So, people are seeming to think the Zeus 2 is coming. Which would be an RSI ship. Really? Which would be an RSI ship. I would guess they wouldn't drop a competitor for the Constellation on us. And I don't think it would be something larger than the Constellation, because that would start cutting into the Galaxies realm. So that's probably something freelancer sized. The catch with that... Yeah, I'll go to the hospital. The catch with that is they've kind of got the Apollo, which that size, or that, I don't know what you would call it, make of ship or model of ship, would be a perfect competitor for the freelancer, at least from what we've seen. I think it's a hair bigger, but it just sort of seems like, why would you make another ship that's the same size as a ship you already have? Even though it's a medical ship, it would seem to make sense to just kind of use the ship that you've already got stuff for. Yeah, it's just me. Buy 6 of these. And one of these. I don't think I've ever gotten the multi-tool med gun to work. But I would fully expect this thing to be around freelancer size. It's kind of the missing size in the lineup. Just have a general utility ship that's like the Constellation, that's freelancer sized. Again, I would have done it with a the Apollo, but why is there nothing in my local inventory? That isn't right. Try that again. There we go. Okay, now I should have this. How many mags does it hold? 7 or 8? 8. Okay. I think we're good. Let's go check out that A1. We've got 40 minutes. I will probably break off about 10 minutes early. Actually, since YouTube is lagging, seems about a minute and a half behind reality, I will probably log off with about 20 minutes to go and then try to time it up so that we jump in a little bit early, because Jared always has a couple things to say when he's streaming, before he starts streaming, kind of pre-gaming it. Says hi to everyone and usually drops little nuggets of wisdom on us. But this will give me a chance to kind of pop out, get a couple things ready. That's kind of a new bug. In fact, the windows are all black and the train just appears. Apparently they're still having problems with the whole C on this patch, although I was able to trade for the first time. I think it was Monday night before the 321 patch, so we might be able to trade. I think that's just an abundance of caution. Really is a pretty game. It's kind of one of those things. Right now I'm doing a Cyberpunk playthrough from the very beginning. I'm doing it off stream. I'm just kind of doing it for fun, for me. Just kind of try and play the whole thing from start to finish. But I keep trying to loot the bodies and like get their clothing and get whatever they were carrying, and then I remember it's not Star Citizen. But then I can actually move around. There's no 30Ks, and I remember it's not Star Citizen. So this isn't a perfect game, but I do love it. Let's look at ships for a little bit. A1's the one that I'll let you guys check out if you haven't seen it yet. It's a pretty little ship. Yeah, pretty big ship. It is bigger than I thought it was going to be. I'll put it that way. The C1 will actually be able to carry a fair amount. I've seen on Reddit that people have actually been able to fit Fury in the back of one, which I'll show you why I think that might not be a fantastic idea, but we'll get there. So, Crusader, God, I have way too many ships.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
At IAE this year, I might have to do another melt and just merge all my money, make another run at a Kraken. Problem with the Kraken, I'm still overjoyed with my BMM, but Kraken wise, the crew requirements are so high that, especially since I wouldn't be flying it myself, dumping it on another person saying, okay, great, now get 10 other people that can run the thing. Good luck. Alright, so I put the red skin on this because black, crimson, and white are the carnival colors. Yeah, look at this guy. I did throw attritions on it, just they're kind of my gun of choice. I did go up-gunned on the shoulder-mounted guns and instantly regretted it. So they are size 3s. I think they're size 3s if you pull the gimbal, and these are size 3s up here, so you get 4 size 3s. But they only get 19 shots when they're size 3s, so not the most efficient thing in the world. So here, watch the ground right here when I hit this button. This is kind of cool. I'm going to make sure to look the other way so you can't. See that? Isn't that cool? That's a really nice touch. That is a really nice touch. And this is when Jared says that they're making games or making these things better each time. That's what he's talking about, is each time they make one of these ships, they kind of have a, wouldn't it be cool if we put X here? And then they do it. So let's close that. That's an interesting place for a button. I wonder if you'd kick it. Okay, so now it's doing that bug where it auto crouches again. Okay, so you come in here and you got this. And so this is one of those reasons I'm kind of thinking maybe the Fury isn't the best choice, but of course you can open this door and you do have that space right here. So apparently a Fury can fit here, but it is kind of cool that the doors open. Like it's not a little airlock that's this big that you walk through like that. I mean, the doors are full sized. You could fit a small vehicle back here other than a Fury. So that's kind of cool. So here's your bomb. These are size 5 bombs. You got 10 of them. So you got 5 on that side, 5 on this side. Not too sure what this is. I think this will eventually be what, engineering? I know you can control the lights. Is this one emergency? Well, that's cool looking. Stick with that. Yeah. Danger. Alright, come up here. That one auto opens. Actually, I haven't really poked around in this. So we've got the gravity generator right there. Life support, radar, avionics. So these are all the ones that aren't in the game yet. So I'm assuming we've got... Where's the ones that we've actually got in the game? That is probably also an escape pod, I would assume. Kind of the same way it works with the freelancers. Of course, this is going to be the Shoilet, which is a nice touch on a ship this size. Sort of shows you how much work the freelancer needs. So is it back here? Yeah, here we go. So this has got to be... Let's see what we got here. Open that. Open that. That is the... So that's the shield generator and the... I don't know what that is. Coolers? I know that's the shield generator. I think that's the cooler. And that is probably the jump drive. So what's on this side? They don't have them labeled unless I'm just... Oh, jump drive, batteries. Okay, batteries. That's what they are. So what do we got here? We've got power plant. Okay. Exactly what I said it was. So this should say cooler and shields. Okay. So yeah, so we got jump drive. Do they have anything for the batteries or is it just empty? Get a sense for... They actually have something in there for the batteries. I wonder if we're going to be hearing about batteries at today's chat where they're talking about resource management. Yeah, there's jump drive. It does fly pretty nice. I wouldn't expect that to change because that is kind of Crusader's MO, is to do it that way. Their ships fly nice. They're kind of undergunned but fly very well. I'll hop into the seat real quick here. So just to kind of give you an idea, you got a lot of visibility sort of front and top. And I mean, this thing's a bomber. It's not a dogfighter. I did try dogfighting a Cuddy in it. And because I only had those 19 shots, it did not go well. He couldn't really hit me. I could sort of joust with him, but I wouldn't want to sit in there and do a like heavy trading fight with him because Cuddy has more guns and the shields on these things aren't powerful. So I mean, not a dogfighter, but it's not really meant to be. If somebody's on your flank, you're not really going to see them. If they're behind you, you're not going to see them. Anything in front of you, though, you're pretty good. It's got kind of a fat nose. So, yeah, you can kind of get a sense for it there. The VTOLs are down. Let's power this thing on. Kind of show you what it looks like. So now the VTOLs are down. Now they're up. So a lot like the C2, they did a good job of migrating that style guide over. And yeah, pretty cool looking ship. So now you can see the guns on the shoulders there, and it's got the one turret. So let's go ahead and shut off the shoulder guns, and they'll pop down. So there you go. Then they pop out. Pretty neat. I did go back to gimbaled size 2s just so that I could have the combination of the heavy shots on the nose turret and the number of shots on the other one, just so that I can kind of keep hammering the shields, especially when you're going with energy weapons over ballistic weapons. You want to keep those shields down. The ballistics will generally punch their way through. Well, I don't want to take this thing out. Oh, I don't know if you saw that. Hang on. Did you just launch me, brah? Hang on. Let me get back in there. I just realized that it stored my ship in damaged state. I thought I actually reclaimed it. Apparently I did not. So you can sort of see right there, bright screaming red where I was fighting that cutty. So it saved that. Of course I'm wearing my Michelin Man suit, so its geometry is right up in there. Okay. So let's fix up my ship so that if we do jump in with Carnival later, we've got it. So this is one of the issues with this armor that I forgot about, so I might switch out that armor, is you can't always see things. They are there, so I mean if I click that, it still works. That's knickknacks, and then ship is right about, nope, that's chat. So ship is right about here. Now, right about there. There we go. There's the night ship modifier. But yeah, you can't see it. I just know where it is. 632. So one thing I did after I was dropped in that bunker was I was like, well, damn it, I want to get my armor and all of my stuff back, so I've got to go do that. And I flew to every single security fortress on Hurston trying to figure out what bunker I had gone to, and it turned out that it just stored my ship here. I kind of wanted my tobacco back since I only found one. We'll go ahead and shut this down.
Engines off.
Pop out here. I'll show you the jacket that I thought I lost. Hopefully it's still in inventory. Should probably check that. Let's see. So vehicles. Yeah, there we go. Look at that cool jacket. Of course, I brought the whale mug with me. Would have sucked to lose the whale mug. You can actually put guns and utility items on clothing now, which I think is, we're probably going to hear more about that from the Frontier clothing, I'm guessing. That is kind of slow. So one difference between the Mercury Star Runner and the C2 was that the doors would start engaging right about here, so that by the time you got to them, they'd open. With these, it's kind of in between. So let's actually count that out. So you see that one opened immediately, so you don't have to wait for it. But let's see. So I'm guessing it's probably this line right here. But let's count. So 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 seconds to get through. You'd probably be, this door would be mostly open by the time you got there. But 3 seconds if you're trying to get in your ship and get away. And the only way to get into the ship is via this back ramp. Especially if you have this door closed, you could be in trouble. Just bear that in mind. All right, gang. And it is 9:30 in the AM here, so I am going to hop out of this, do a couple quick errands. I will leave the stream up, so feel free to chat with one another, and I will be back probably in about 10 to 15. Just going to kind of chat with the org a little bit, and we'll have some fun. All right, gang. See me then. Pop out of this. And see if they've done anything on the stream. Where's Twitch? There it is. All right. We'll leave this up for now, just so that we can be sure that we're not missing out on anything. All right, gang. See you in a bit.
Okay, done. Not bad. Fire. Yep, that's fine with me as long as it's fine with you. Yeah. I've been in the Star Citizen stream for 4 hours. Just waiting. Yeah. Right. We got a few minutes left before everything starts. What are your predictions, Don? Do you think anything important's going to be announced today or tomorrow, or not until tomorrow? What? Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I have a feeling anything important regarding server meshing your squadron will be saved until tomorrow. Yeah, I need to pull it up too. Here it is. Yeah. Seems to be like the first 2.5 hours. I mean, shoot, I don't know. Maybe nothing's gonna really happen until like 3 p.m. Pacific time. Talking ship sounds like about the time when I would be interested. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, resource management will be really nice. I'm really hoping for something to do with engineering this year. I'm hoping for engineering next year. Ship repair. Yeah. Man, navigating the universe, I'm really hoping for a strong presentation of the new star map. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. Mhm. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I think to just blow me away for this CitizenCon, they'd have to tick a few boxes. Some heavy engineering stuff. Squadron 42, either vertical slice or release date. Server meshing, heavy information on that. Everybody's expecting server meshing information now that we have a new replication layer. Of course, Pyro, but I don't think Pyro's that necessary for them to focus on. I'm sure they will pay some attention to it, but we've seen a lot of Pyro. We've seen some planets and missions and buildings and stuff like so. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean we'll see. Should be interesting.
I kind of wonder if they'll talk about armor, like ship armor.
Ship armor. I don't know. That might be resource management, but I don't know. That might be part of the ship talk tomorrow. Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
I think I had my mic off during the entire time. So, yeah, for anyone who missed that, this is Ghost. He's a member of the Carnival. We're just kind of chatting it up. Because I'm a professional, you've probably just been hearing him talk for the last time, kind of talking to himself.
One thing I've been kind of interested in is since salvage has came out, and now we have that like hole scraping kind of technology where it can like morph and form that layer. I wonder if armor could be, in a sense, tied to that. So, you know, you break down shields, suddenly bullets are flying through your ship and little holes are forming. In a similar sense, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's a really good thought. I was actually talking to Wolfie about that the other night. Not necessarily on that point. I hadn't thought of that. That's pretty cool. But the fact that, yeah, salvage will be pretty heavily tied to their resource management thing. But yeah, running around doing repairs. Yep. All right, well, I think we can go to streaming. Here we go. And there I am. All right, let me make sure my mic is on this one. Yes, it is. All right. And could you say something, Ghost? I just want to make sure I'm picking you up. Hey, we're getting ready for
there we go. Yep, I got you. You'll probably be a little bit quiet on the stream. I'll move that up just a hair. Okay, we should be good. And let's check the stream on this. They're streaming. Okay, here we go. And probably 10 minutes from now, you'll see it on the YouTube stream.
Let's see if my mute button works. Yep, it's working. Fantastic. Now if I have to do something in the background, I don't have to like make a bunch of noise on stream.
Fair. See if we can get Hermes in here too. Get his take on all this.
I'm kind of surprised they don't even have the stream up yet.
They did. They just started.
Oh.
I had to refresh. So we've got Xylo, Synthweaver, and Naku in there.
Nice.
Ooh, the mods are going heavy in chat. Heads up. They've got, looks like a 30 to 40 second delay on it. So be nice in chat.
Oh yeah.
That would be the Star Citizen mods. I have no mods.
6,020 people in here so far. In the first minute, I wonder how many are going to be watching. This is supposed to be a decent CitizenCon, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the first live one they've had since COVID broke. Yeah. So, yeah, first one in 3 years.
This will be the first one I've watched.
Oh, really?
Live, like an in-person event.
Gotcha. Yeah, they can be kind of fun. Yeah, usually when they go back and they edit, they'll have one or two things they'll say outside, like early on. Like Jared will probably pop in and say some stuff here in the next couple minutes that will never show up on any of the shows. So yeah, watching live, sometimes you can catch some context or words that they don't say anywhere else that are probably of dubious validity, but there you go.
I don't know what Hermes is asking. I'm trying to figure that out.
Oh, is he in voice chat? Okay, hang on.
Yeah, he's in the voice chats chat.
Yeah, I guess I will just keep.
CIG, it's 1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I need to
refresh. It's already technically on. It's just waiting for the for it to start. Is there actually music going on? No, there is. I had it muted.
Looks like chat is going pretty quick up. Nubifier just dropped in, so I'm assuming he's probably raiding with his group.
There's some nice asteroids on screen. I wonder how many are invisible.
Oh, you can see chat is going pretty quick up. There we go, Hermes.
Hey.
Yeah, so let's see. Have they actually started yet? I'm still just getting the picture. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure. I don't want to have to go through the ad again if they've got that.
Yeah, I don't think anything has started.
There's some dude in chat called Josh and Shaq Monster, both just getting whatever they're saying. The mods are really not liking it. I'm guessing they have more than a few scamses and people in.
Oh, 100%. This, there always is.
So, I mean, I used to play MechWarrior Online, and I definitely didn't think it was a scam. It's just when they had originally kind of pushed that program out back when it was an early alpha, they kind of said it was going to be one thing, and then they just kind of went in another direction. And at a certain point, I was like, yeah, this is fun, but I kind of had my fun with it. Thanks for the game, guys. And I haven't really touched it since. Yeah. I couldn't imagine just obsessively following the project and just slamming it day after day after day. Just right. That is a level of obsession that just does not exist in me.
Yeah, I've never really understood why certain people want to just like hang around the community and just trash talk. I'd be so exhausted if I'm not interested in something. I'm just gonna move on.
Exactly. I mean, I'm the same way. I think that's probably one of the reasons we get along. But yeah, it's just kind of if something isn't doing it for me, I'll find something else to do. So I don't think I would make it my hobby to bash something unless I genuinely thought that it was an actual scam and I was telling people, don't get involved in this thing, it will burn you. But that's not the case with Star Citizen. It's slow, but it's not a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Hermes is saying that he's reinstalling Gilded and he'll be back in just a sec, although he might be here now. That was 10 a.m. I'm assuming he'll be back in a second.
You're in Pacific time, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. Oh, we got Hermes.
I'm here.
There
just
we go.
Having a snack.
Out here, Hermes.
I'll have to try and like halfway pay attention when I have to go join my D&D group. I'm gonna be all distracted.
Nice. Yeah, but mine broke up about. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, hopefully they upload like the restream or the video of it pretty quick, because I'm sure I'm gonna miss some things.
Oh yeah, they typically do that usually about a week afterwards. Sometimes they'll start getting them up a little bit faster than that, like the shorter ones, but usually 2 weeks after you have everything.
It actually might be saved on Twitch, so I might be able to just check on there.
That's a good call. Yeah. I'm not sure if they have them like available on Twitch after they do them. They'll have the most recent one when they're getting ready to stream, but I don't know. kind of surprised they haven't started firing it up. They did their audio tests back around 8:30, 9 o'clock, but yeah, I was expecting at least a little sort of, hey gang, going live in a couple minutes, and then nothing. But
I'd like to see the venue, like all the people funneling in and chatting in their seats and stuff.
Right?
Like, show me that, not this.
Same. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool screen. I want to steal the security guy's armor.
Yeah.
Got the A1s in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to break away and hop in the game and miss the intro. Make sure I can actually see chat here. Yeah, I can. Okay, good. Twitch chat is usually pretty lively, but it's usually just people saluting, which is what's going on right now. And then people asking if it's broken or if it's live.
Yep. It's Jumptown safe.
Jumptown is never safe.
There it is. Some of my favorite Jumptown memories is just hanging out super far on foot away from Jumptown and just watching.
I remember you were telling us about that.
Or sniping.
What? No. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that might be a fun one. Allegedly, for the carnival to do. Nobody clipped that. Just set up a couple snipers and just kind of pop people. I made the mistake of finding a Jumptown node by accident when Jumptown wasn't running. I kind of flew down. I was like, oh, that's probably one of the illicit ones, and landed I think I was in a raft and just kind of was walking through it just to kind of get a lay of the land for when they do run Jumptown again, if I wanted to do it. And heard this loud explosion go out. My raft had been blown up. So somebody had just flown over, seen my raft, blown it up, and flown off. I was going, oh, well, guess I'll just die here.
Yeah.
Oh, the raft. Speaking of the raft, the big containers work on it now. You can actually pull them off.
Really?
Yep, as of 3/21, so that's kind of cool.
Oh, I think Jared's talking.
Is he? Do I have this muted?
Yeah. Hey, he's saying type voice in chat. Alright, there you go, Jared. I typed voice. His music's too loud, though.
Why am I not getting it? Oh, I see. I got it muted.
This thing is awesome.
All right.
I know. I bought it using the cash rewards card from Navy.
Yeah, I think I had it muted so that
cash back on every
Here we
purchase. Honestly,
It's not really
can't imagine where I'd be without them.
We'll watch this video.
One word. Got it. Reeling in fish.
Probably my favorite.
Eating
person
fish.
who actually works at CIG.
Fish in the sea? Movie.
I tried.
Now we're up to 1.75% cash back on all purchases.
Made
Navy
it to like
Federal Credit
round
Union. Our
3
members
for
are
an
the mission.
HR position. They were calling me
No, certainly not the voice.
Here we go.
Of that.
They're calling me
Maybe
a
the other
wizard
voice.
with Excel,
All right,
which was
everybody,
kind of
that's a
funny.
successful audio check. We're going to be live with the pre-show at approximately 10:30 Pacific. We'll see you then. Thanks.
What? They're not starting for 20 minutes?
21 minutes. Okay, well, we will upsize this. One of the things that I really liked, I think it was from last year or 2 years ago, was the little animation lead-in countdown thing that they had. That was really cool, and it came out like right after Edge Runners came on Netflix for Cyberpunk. I was kind of hoping they would do like a little anime or something for Star Citizen. Would be kind of cool. I wouldn't be shocked if they go that route once they drop Squad 42, if it's successful.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to be watching asteroids for 20 minutes. I like to call this song the Superman song. totally Christopher Reeve's Superman music going in the background. That is... Those asteroids are interesting. I mean, it's obviously just a loop, but we've got little ones in there too, huh? Wondering if that's something we might be seeing. Well, 20 minutes, I'm gonna go grab some water and be... Whoa. Oh, it just dropped an ad on me. Nice, thank you for that.
Oh, nice.
I'm just kind of off to the side, just kicked everything over. Interesting. Do I need to readjust my screen? Probably. We're doing it live!
It's always nice when they do.
There we go. This is like Jaws music combined with something else. Really? I wonder if one of them's watching my stream right now. Let's just screw up the centering.
What, did you get another hat or something?
No, they had, I'm guessing they moved their channel sync, so, yeah, it just moved to the side a little bit. Easy fix. I've got Rufus in here, and he is tucked under his blanket. I am pretty sure he will not stay there for 6 hours. Right now he's sleeping in good time. Speaking of, I had it. See if I can get that up.
What do you think? I'm sure you watch a few different content creators and Star Citizen games here and there, at least I do. I've been hearing sort of like whispers and talks throughout the different content creators that this is like a make or break Star Citizen or CitizenCon. Now backers are starting to get restless and all that stuff, and I don't know that I really believe that.
I mean, I've said that. I've said that this year is kind of a show me year, but in my opinion, getting the replication layer out was one of the things I was waiting for, so they showed me. So I'm fine. I wouldn't call it make or break. I mean, either way, the worst that happens is people say they're disappointed and they go and they do other things for a little while, and then CIG makes some sort of breakthrough and people will come back. The people that are invested in this project emotionally, not necessarily monetarily, are kind of here to stay at this point. I do think the community was getting rather upset because 318? Yeah, 318 with PES had a really rough launch, and so did 319, and that was basically a year and a half of broken patches. So yeah, people kind of, even people that have been longtime loyalists to the project are kind of like, guys, come on, you've got to get this together. But
321 seems to be rather stable.
It
I haven't played a whole lot, but it seems good.
Yeah, I haven't really bumped into any big bugs. I did have the one where I fell through the world, but you're probably going to get that with any game. Like, but yeah, it's yeah, it seems like it's there. Like I said, 321 seems to be one of the things I was waiting for. Like, the NPCs are acting a bit better, which I always thought was due to the state of the servers. And honestly, the state of the servers has kind of been the issue with the game to this point for the last however many years.
Now, I don't keep... I keep up to date with Star Citizen news about 60-70% of the time. I'm sort of in the loop. But if I'm correct, wasn't replication harder to do than server meshing?
Replication is part of server meshing. You're probably talking about persistent AA streaming.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, persistent AA streaming of the two is the one that hasn't really been done in another game, at least not to the level that Star Citizen has done it. Server meshing has been done in other games since like Ultima Online. So I mean, that one, not in a game this complex, but it's been done before. Persistence, to the degree that Chris Roberts wanted, has not been done, and that was kind of the new thing. So I always felt like PES was the bigger weight to carry than server meshing. I figured server meshing and the replication layer was something they would solve pretty quickly once they got persistent AA streaming working.
You think we're sort of over the hill at this point then? We're
I
on
do.
the downward slope of tech that needs to be put in?
I do. I think that once they really get server meshing in, so once 4.0 drops, that'll be the last of the big pillars, and then they can focus on the game loops. That'll be the content, and that's really what's been the difference between this being a game or a tech demo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if they can really get this thing working, server meshing, then that's pretty much the foundation of the game, and then they can just start.
It seemed really smooth to me last night after I downloaded.
Yeah, it's been a pretty smooth patch. It's I don't know if it's the replication layer. It's a pretty full server, but yeah, I seem to be getting great frames.
I was getting good frames. Server FPS, although server FPS is always good when new patch comes out, was hovering around 10 to 12.
Yeah, and I was keeping an eye on the B-Win, and it never dropped below like 1.4 or so. So I mean, the servers seem a bit healthier too. This is a new song.
Quite happy so far. I've gotten, of course, all new hardware recently, but except for GPU. But even still, like getting better frames every patch now in cities.
Yeah, that's a good point. As I actually upgraded to my new rig, which is one of the reasons Wolfie was able to start playing, was because I gave him my old one. But even he's being able to play it at a higher level than I was on that same rig because the engine's gotten cleaner.
Yeah.
We're about 10 minutes away from go time.
I'll be interested to try out the platform missions in Orison. I haven't tried any of those yet. I haven't tried the old ones yet.
Yeah, they're pretty fun. Yeah, we could hop in and do some of those maybe at lunchtime if you're still on doing your D&D thing. But yeah, the platform missions are pretty good. It's basically Siege of Orison, but on a smaller scale. Like you're just doing one platform as opposed to 4.
I want to do Siege of Orison too, but I don't think that's running right now still.
No, it's not. Last time they ran it was about a year ago. But that one was one of my favorites. Siege of Orison was one of my favorite events. I like that one, and what is it? Xenothreat is a pretty good one, just because of the variety that you get in it. You can.
Okay.
The which one?
No, I was gonna say I generally stay out of like space combat or flight combat missions or events. So things like Jumptown ground combat or the Siege of Orison would be up my alley.
Yeah, I tend to avoid Jumptown just because you're spending so much time waiting for the thing to spawn that if your ship is destroyed, it's outside of your control. Whereas it seems like in Xenothreat or Siege of Orison, you have a little bit more direct control. If you get killed, it's probably your fault. Whereas with Jumptown, it's just somebody has an A2 and they're bored and you happen to be inside.
A little bit of an asterisk next to probably your fault.
Right. Yeah, I think one of the things that would fix Jumptown would be hangars. Yeah, like that was something I was really hoping they were going to do in this CitCon, was talk about the asteroid bases and sprinkle a couple of those throughout Stanton system. I'm sure we're going to get them for Pyro, but sprinkle them throughout Stanton system and have that be Jumptown, because that would be a lot more dynamic than something on the ground that you could. Now they're moving it around again. Why are they doing that? Oh, it's just more ads. I'll just leave it crooked. I have a feeling I'll just get ads. It's just the pop-up ones to the side. Like right now I'm getting Amazon. Maybe I just leave it scaled down.
My ad blocker.
Yeah, now it's gone. Interesting. I'll just live with it. Just like every 10 minutes or so, the screen will jump to the left.
Do you know if they fixed the whole sea trading yet?
I was able to trade successfully for the first time. But yeah, not totally sure if it's fixed. It took me about 10 tries to get the ship to actually undock. But it does seem like it's working.
I'm kind of curious how the process from going from the whole C to the D and E is going to be for them now, because it was supposedly some big complex thing they had to put together. But I would think that at the moment all they'd have to really do for that, the splines and stuff, is just kind of copy, paste, and enlarge. You know, like it seems like it would work the same. It's just bigger and more.
Yeah, I think they'd probably do the B next, just to kind of fill out the smaller volume. There's not really a call for that huge of a cargo mover until Quantum is actually up and running the way it's supposed to be. And we've got more than one system.
That's what I was going to mention for my tick list there, is Quantum. I'd like an update on that. Where are we at?
Yeah, we'll see. I didn't see anything in the schedule that was clearly Tony Z driven. Maybe in the intro, but I kind of doubt it. They might have like a pre-recorded thing at the end that kind of goes into Quantum, but I think they kind of picked up on the fact that kind of like Pyro, it was so far in the future and we have been hearing about it for so long that people were like, just shut up about it unless it's actually dropping into our laps. Like, I mean, you know that Quantum is gonna kind of be the thing that I live in when it drops, and so just kind of like the Banu Merchant Man, hearing about it year after year after year is kind of like, okay, unless it's in the game, stop talking about it.
It's almost like that boy who cried wolf. Shut up.
Exactly. Man, YouTube is about more than 10 minutes behind. It's like 20 or 25. That's kind of funny. Apparently, I've got to keep an eye on YouTube because sometimes YouTube will just stop your stream. So if it drops, I'll restart it up. But yeah, heads up.
They're only streaming on Twitch, aren't they?
Yeah, they're streaming on Twitch. I'm streaming on begin this survey. No, I'm good. I'm streaming on YouTube, so I haven't done a lot of streaming on YouTube, so this is a new monster for me. But I know other people, that's kind of their complaint about streaming on YouTube, is that it after a couple hours they'll just be like, and we're done. Here we go.
2 minutes. Do you think anything will bug out or break during the presentation?
Yes.
I hope so, man.
It would not be a CitCon without Chris Roberts saying, okay, camera 2, is it working? Yeah. Jared, camera 2, can you go to camera 2, Jared? Ah, well, it is live. Man, as a former, like, producer and movie guy, that kind of stuff is just gonna drive him nuts.
Yeah, probably.
Especially doing it live. The whole world's watching.
Big production.
Right.
God, I wonder how much this whole event cost them.
Guessing
Probably
not
nothing.
Cheap. I don't know. That might actually be an interesting show, is try to do a calculation on how much renting the LA Convention Center for 2 days costs.
I wonder if the tickets paid for it.
In theory, subscription dollars and the tickets pay for it, in theory.
Yeah.
Which would kind of make sense why we get fewer shows and stuff around. That one rock in the lower right looks like a T-Rex skull.
It's a beautiful day for a
Don't forget the digital goodie bags. That helps.
Oh,
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Hermes, could you click down your mic just a hair?
Do you hear that? Yeah. Let's try it again. Hi, everybody.
Got a good crowd.
Screens, man.
I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody! Honestly, that was too much. Welcome to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead.
In the background, you can set him.
Welcome.
You can see him setting up the interview camera.
Like, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2.
Well, Day 2 is more of the fluff.
Let's go to the presentation.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly. I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my amazing performance right there. Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet. 2 main halls, Hall A, where the presentations are happening, Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual Pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we opened doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this, what did I call it? A Pyro playground? I call it a Pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the Pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming Pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell them?
There we go. See if prediction number 1
You have to take a drink every time he says Pyro.
You will be dead at the end.
I think I'm going to let the boss do that.
Yeah, I knew it, Jared.
Hey, I want to be here for Day 2.
You see Chris Roberts come in from off screen, just tackle
We've got
him.
the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2948. Oh,
yeah,
last 10
it's
years.
been a while, Jared.
2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot.
For those who don't know, Rough and Ready, one of the gangs in Pyro.
2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths?
Never.
Like, I mean, they look amazing. Don't get me wrong, but they're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be.
Nice. Nice.
Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are. I was going to blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got...
Oh, Paul's here.
Now that one was on the card. Talk about Salty Mike and make sure he gets his check. General Lounge, the General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you are a little more important.
If you're a little more important.
I'm just trying to think who that is.
Ginger attack off the screen too.
There's a merch store where we have some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm going to show some. Hold on, with this.
I do kind of want a hoodie. I'm not gonna lie.
But it's brand new.
Oh yeah, I kind of want it.
Star Citizen hoodie.
Is that Banu? Oh, they got all the languages on the arms. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting.
It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion?
That's Banu on the bottom.
Who can tell me?
And looks like Van Duel on the top.
What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language.
It's Banu. Nice.
Then we've also got this really cool Drake interplanetary trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make a hat for me. And then the coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time.
True. Still
designed
cool.
live on the show. The Star Citizen bobblehead.
The bobblehead, nice.
Look at this guy.
I want one.
Is that in focus?
Is that on the store?
He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box with Clark Defense Industries. Look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Here. And of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro.
We don't
with a
need to hear
bunch
about your
of
secret
computers,
area,
roughly
Jared.
150 computers. And what that's for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer.
Oh, are you looking at it online right now?
It's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon. Live and in person. So maybe
I don't need the bobblehead.
Since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect.
I like hoodies.
I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your screen, was created by the developers.
Cool.
Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos. Because that's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff.
I just realized why CitizenCon was backwards
CitizenCon is where we let the
screen in the background
go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a big round of applause. And when they go off the stage, I need a bigger round of applause because I told them they'd get it, and you're going to make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody. All right, so let's run down the itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said he used his fidelity like 3 times, so prepare your bingo. After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of Star Engine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is...
Oh, I'm prepared.
I got to think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm going to let that present itself. But be in your seats, be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, when we timed it out yesterday, Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EUPU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay. Check that out.
Nice.
Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's going to be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific. We take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream.
And
then at 3 o'clock, it's
effigies and lighter fluid
our
ready to go.
presentation by the members of the ship team,
sell the whale
where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of.
Somebody needs to make an STL weld mag because I will absolutely buy that.
I'll fund it.
Yeah.
I want more Pico plushes, damn it. I wish they'd put
there's just no way of getting around that.
I have not gotten to buy one yet.
And then finally wrapping up the day is Navigating the Universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome.
Yep.
So, and then, of course, we
So
wrap
we
up
are
about
getting
5
a
o'clock
Pyro on
today.
a Squadron
Up on
42,
stage. I'll tell you all to
I
come
am
back on day
guessing.
2, and then, of course, the
So-
Hall A for you people.
9 months ahead of the curve. I got
That'll
it.
stay open till about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your season Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my
I think it's dangerous to say to
over
the
in Hall
internet
B,
everything you're
Dan
saying is
Halbrecht.
right.
Dan, take it away.
Oh, that's definitely not
Welcome
true.
everyone to CitizenCon
Okay, here we go.
2953. Let's give it up! I heard a bunch of people over there. I heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally
Please
back
don't
at
put
Los
me on
Angeles
camera.
Convention Center.
A dog!
It has
I
been
see
since
a dog.
2019 in Manchester, since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person, and we've missed you so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid question. I'm the community producer here at CIG. I produce the community content for many years. I produce
I'm
subscriber
going to go
content
get
behind the
water,
scenes for
and
many
I'm
years.
going to be
just
right
like that
back. I figured
bobblehead
this
that
is
you
going to
guys
be
saw.
the
You're
awkward
welcome.
content portion
And I also
that I was
produced
talking about.
the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while.
I will leave you
If
guys
have enjoyed
live.
the things
Be
I've been
good.
producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953. If you
Can't
guys
let the
have hated
children
things
run
I've
the
done,
candy store?
let me know on socials. Tweet me at DiscoLando. Sorry, Jared, you're just an easy target. Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the community booth section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs,
That
their
does look
booths,
pretty
their
cool.
organizations, everything.
Definitely needs
It's so
more
cool.
trash,
We're going to be
but
visiting a bunch
I
of
like
them
the
throughout the
decor.
weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are, like, one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are, like, one of the biggest orgs for, like, a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal, is what we're saying.
Yeah, Test
they're
is
here at the
huge.
community booth section.
No
they have
way
a bunch
it's
of cool
organized,
swag
but
to
it
give
is
away.
huge.
They focus on, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities. If you guys are interested in checking out what it's like to test out the verse, check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section. We're going to follow me this way now over to the
Panda
United
way
Space
before you can show the
Confederation.
swag.
In a world in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a roleplay focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where lore is this kind of driving passion and focus of why you guys would want to be playing Star Citizen, United Space Confederacy is the booth to be checking out. They're going to be doing some giveaways. So if you guys are here on the show floor, come swing by their booth, ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff.
I think
ask
they're
them about their
a
org,
merc org.
ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
As
If they
you can
do
see
it
over
next
here, we
year,
have
my theory is
JRDF. I
that
actually don't know if
next
we're
year
gonna
they're
be able
going to
to see
do
because
this
there's so many
in
people
Frankfurt for
trying
the
to buy
Squad
their
42
stuff right
launch.
now. If you
I
guys
would
haven't heard
love
of
to go to that
JRDF,
one.
well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and
Would
peanut
be two
butter.
things off of my
They have been
bucket
part of
list.
CitizenCon since
Right.
2018.
Yeah, well, I
with
mean,
the
I grew up in
Dragonfly
Germany when I was
Austin.
a kid,
We brought the
so, yeah,
Dragonfly
it'd
back. We will
be
be
cool to
showing
go
you
back
that
there.
a little
Some
later.
military
But if
brat.
you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge store, well, you might have already gotten a glimpse. So go to robertspaceindustries.com, check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953. But in addition to making large-scale things, and by the way, they also made some amazing stuff for our community booths. In addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures
He's
as
a
well.
pretty good
So if you want to bring
presenter.
I'm
I'm impressed.
Home,
They
into your
usually have
office,
like the lore
come check
team
out
guys out
JRDF.
there talking.
There was a
and
line literally
they're
wrapped around
very
the
good at
corner
writing,
right
not
before
as
we
good
went live.
at
They are
interviewing people.
insanely busy,
He's
but if
keeping
you
it
come by their
rolling,
booth,
so you
they're
can tell
doing
he's got some
giveaways
TV
for free
experience.
stencils. So if you vote either Drake or I believe, of course I didn't write down the other manufacturer. It's Drake and I think Misk. I could be wrong. But one of those two
Crusader.
manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when this goes off the air,
Yeah, I
probably going
think
to break
it's
out my
the
wallet.
Mercury
So
Star
that's
Runner, if it's
just
the one
how
I'm
cool
thinking
they
of.
are. We're going to follow me back this way. Excuse me,
Speaking
everybody,
of,
making my
mine
way
disappeared.
What?
My
and
Star
sort
Runner
of
disappeared.
on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the interactable team making a live prop here at CitizenCon 2053.
It wasn't a.
Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack,
okay, those guys are doing some cool stuff. But yeah, I know.
Well, they're making it live here
MSR was
look at how cool
the
that skull is. It's going
loaner
to be part of the decoration of the trophy. These are members
but
of our
you've actually
interactive
got
team
it
in
in
Manchester.
MSR,
They're
so
currently
yeah,
making
not
it
sure
live.
what
And you can see if you look over there to the left,
that is
they're
a
taking
real money
suggestions
purchase.
from members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark
around.
here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that we are so excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's beyond phenomenal. Everyone here who has worked so hard, whether they're at the community booths, whether you're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible, we are so grateful that you guys are
put
here.
an elevator
I
in
hope
it.
you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get all the booths, all the orgs, so you guys can see exactly what kind of passion
one that
and
they had to
versatility
smash
and
in there
creativity
because they
drives the members of the
crowbarred
verse.
in those
That's
crawl
you guys.
spaces.
You guys are the
Oh
reason
man,
why
it was so
things
cool
like
in
CitizenCon are
concept, but
possible.
yeah, they need to ditch
So we're going to come back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron, get a little more about what they're about. We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my
Two
first
interviews with Test.
I've been loving it so far.
And so this is your first CitizenCon. What were your expectations coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
That is funny.
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here, and it's just I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome. And do you guys have any advice for people who are trying to break into the verse? It can be overwhelming sometimes for new players trying to figure out what to do in Star Citizen. So do you guys, as part of Test Squadron, have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the verse?
Honestly, find a friend, find someone to play its system. The guide system that Star Citizen has set up is amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for.
Yeah, I always tell new players.
Awesome, thank you guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are beginning in 10 minutes for Hall A, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, start making your way over to Hall A. We're beginning in just a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation. I said Confederacy before. It's United Space Confederation. Excuse me, guys. So you guys are a role-play focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to come up with this amazing immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the story by CIG writers, and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold choice to go, you know what? We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone, now that we kind of have a new imperator. So what's kind of the direction you guys plan on taking USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation. And
yeah, because I may need to check mine. I did like a big melt test, but I have too many ships anyway. But MSR would be one I'd be sad to lose.
Yeah, what drugs
awesome.
was
Well,
I
thank you
on?
guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the
Carnival
community
drugs.
booths throughout the weekend. So
There's
be sure to
elephant
come over
ears or
here.
something.
I'm going to throw it back to
We
Jared
don't
where
put
we can
powdered
kick off
sugar
our
on
first
those,
panel
sorry.
of the day. Jared, back to you, and we'll see you back here again at CitizenCon 2953.
Thanks, Dan. He's somebody's nephew. We still haven't figured out whose. So we are here in Hall A with the community.
Quiet community.
So as Dan said, if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool. But we are just a few minutes away from the start of the official CitCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available.
Somebody pause that card and blow it up, although I think we'll have
Dad.
our answer pretty soon now.
You're not my dad! Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right.
Fair.
So yeah, so again, we're just a few short minutes away from CitCon 2953. Thank you for enduring our sales pitch during the pre-show. I told you, CitizenCon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff.
I'm getting a hoodie.
But we're just about to start, so with that,
Maybe
I'm going to wrap up. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts.
How much did that bobblehead cost?
The future of Star Engine.
Oh, okay, that's a little steep for a bobble. Well, actually, I don't know what the market for bobbleheads is.
Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
Okay.
The hoodie's only $58.50, which is pretty normal, honestly. That's like the first normal piece of clothing they've had.
Yeah, that's about standard for a hoodie, I'd say. Oh, look, he's got a plushie.
Oh, I want one. They're always sold out.
Yeah, they've probably re-upped them.
They haven't yet, but I'm hoping. Well, they probably brought them to the convention, but.
Oh, the reserve seats. That's all the org guys.
I'm looking to the left of my screen here on Twitch, and I'm not seeing a few notable people streaming. I know Morphologist is there. I don't know if Meyer is there though. He probably is.
I would assume so. Yeah, they've got. I'm assuming Mike is streaming. They said Astropub was there, so Paul's there.
Yeah.
Info Runners I know are streaming.
Salty Mike is streaming.
Yeah, Salty would be streaming. Noob, I think, was in the chat, but I think he might not be streaming. He's, well, you know, because he quick edits these things. I mean, he'll have his little updates rolling out during the day, which is crazy.
Does this A1 Spirit Warbot fit into a CCU chain for me? That's the thing I need.
Well, on the good side, at least you figured this out now, like a month away from IAE rather than in January where you gotta wait a year.
Yeah.
That guy is gonna be so hot by the end of the show.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, what's like face mask one thing, but the eye thing, I wonder if something's going on there. But
I just remember, I think it was about 4 or 5 years back when they had their first cosplay event, and one of the guys was doing the whole baghead thing, and by the time they got him up on stage, it was just full on, like, it looked like a waterfall was going on inside there. There was so much condensation. It's like, yeah, that's one of those things that if you don't plan out the sort of air conditioning on that thing early on, you're gonna find out real quick.
Circling back to merch, I'm actually kind of surprised we don't have more in-game items purchasable in real life. Things like a Crux bottle, or the whale mug, or Benny's, like, you know, Chinese prop.
Yeah, it would seem like they could get instant ramen and just put it out there. I guess foodborne things you're probably asking for trouble.
Not even actual food. It's like a plastic Benny's Chinese container.
So I'm gonna drag the schedule out here real quick. So again, we've got Chris Roberts is going to talk here for like an hour and a half. Fix It and Fly It is going to be the engineering game loop. Then cosplay, which we might or might not do anything with. Lunch break, probably eat lunch. talking ship is kind of their standard with John Crew and the gang, navigating the verse. So we got all that up there. I do want to check out the new merch. Let's look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I noticed a few new shirts and like mouse mats on there, but it's been about a month or two since I visited the store.
Yep, sure enough, they got AirPods. Okay, so they've got the $29.53 limited edition box. Just looks like it is pens, AirPods with a Francis charm, which is one of the space whales, a star kitten key ring, a bobblehead, yeah, $45. Yeah, those look like new mouse pads. Trucker hat is $27. It's about average. Star Citizen beanie might not be bad. A couple new shirts, the hoodie. I'm gonna be getting a hoodie. I'm a total whore for that kind of stuff. But no whale mug. We need a whale mug. Well, hey, there's Finley, and sure enough, sold out. And keep OBS up just to make sure nothing's going weird there. Still watching the stream. Stream looks good. I wonder if YouTube actually fixed that. I know it was an issue a couple years back that they started losing streamers because streamers would be trying to stream an entire game, like 6 hours or so, and they'd have to hit refresh on YouTube every couple hours or it would drop their stream. So maybe they fixed it. I don't know. I don't know if it'll go 8 hours or whatever this is going to be, though. We're at 2 now, and we haven't even hit the meat of this thing. We are 3 minutes away from CR time.
Jared kind of promoted a lot of hype in that beginning statement.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if they are not announcing 4.0 or Pyro dropping, I think they're going to announce Pyro's in the game or will be in the game by the end of the year in Squadron 42. If they don't announce those two things,
If they don't,
they're
not going to walk.
LA is used to riots, I'll put it that way.
Yeah. I don't think Pyro's coming before the end of the year.
Yeah, I would expect it in the PTU, but
yeah.
They might. Like, if they've got the replication layer working, they might be like, Pyro's in, gang. Go play it. But I'd be surprised if they did that now because everybody would stop watching and go watch Pyro. They've done that before. They're T-posing on the chairs. Nice. Nice.
I was hoping to see that.
Yeah, you could tell that now they're kind of getting tired. They're like, okay, that hurts.
How do these NPCs do it for so long?
Strong arms.
That's one of I'm hoping for one of two things: either a release date for Pyro or a release date for Squadron. Those are my two major.
I expect both. And I mean, I've been calling it for like 9 months now, so yeah, they're going to make a big liar out of me if not. But yeah, I would expect at least one or the other. I am really hoping for Squadron 42 for a variety of reasons.
Next year.
Yeah, oh, it'll be end of next year, definitely. But I mean, if they announce it, it won't be, we're dropping it tomorrow. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, that would be terrible for sales and marketing.
Yeah,
They're going to pump out so much marketing.
Oh, God, they've got to. Yeah, it's something I was trying to explain to another one of my friends is that if they're the number of people that actually know what Star Citizen is and don't realize that it, or think it went under like 10 years ago or never went out, is the majority of people. Here we go.
Strap in.
Okay, guys, full screen it. Chris Roberts, who's that?
Some guy who made a couple games.
That one dude. Wearing a suit jacket rather than his turtleneck.
Well, hello! Yeah. CitizenCon 2953. It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person.
It's kind of quiet.
After 4 years.
Yeah, I would crank him up a little bit.
Shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you. Old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the Pyro paint job on. You get pictures taken
trying to read that teleprompter.
We have the Atmo Esports first
they need to put one up in the middle so they can look out.
Which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers
Keep them on script.
that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been
really
at a
hope it's
CitizenCon.
not
I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it.
I can't take it.
And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days.
Look at him
hopefully
smiling.
You like it.
Yeah,
and a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen.
So hopefully that's the UI stuff we'll be getting in 322.
Very, very excited on that.
Yeah, I really am.
So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on.
Teleprompter.
It's gone backwards now.
There we go, first bug.
There you go. Sorry.
Live environment.
We thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. Right. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech,
so it's kind of
engine
the core.
tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future.
Near future is good.
But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video.
Do it. Oh, they're going to do a Pupil to Planet update.
That's a stab at Starfield.
Right? Got the Horsehead Nebula back there? Yeah, the seamless transitions is really what sets this game out. New clouds on Microtech, looks like.
My favorite.
Good old Tressler. First one I ever went to.
Yeah, Microtech's one of the pretty ones. I can't wait until we have the monsters run around them.
Wildlife is really great.
Wildlife would be one of those that I think would start getting pretty soon. Like that's another thing. NPCs and AI is waiting on the server tech. Now that we have it, might be able to see it pretty soon.
We've been seeing stuff about points forever.
Right.
Especially on Leaving. This must be a fresh server.
And they still don't have the mission giver there. I forget what his name is, but there's supposed to be a mission giver at that bar. It's a good thing they're doing this video because there's a lot of things in this game that you just gotta take for granted because we've had it for such a long time, but then you go and you play another game and it doesn't have any of this stuff and you're kind of like, wait, why doesn't it?
Sane developers realize the incredible amount of work it takes to get this to function.
Right.
Still sassy.
See, their engineers wear blue too. No. Our engineers are blue wearers or salvagers. Engineering's green. I don't know. I came up with the color scheme and I can't remember because I'm old.
You're gonna make Mr. Scarlet green.
There you go. Real-time bio generation. That's define biome.
I mean, I believe it. Think how long it takes a biome to develop in real life.
Don't eat the glowing shrooms. I think this is one of the new games. New rock game.
I'm not seeing any side things. How those get in there?
Yeah. You explain to me how you got a rock down there.
Bring it down peaceful.
Maybe they're here.
Was that a cave with 2 entrances?
It was a cave with 2 entrances, and one it looks like you can drive it.
They are showing a couple new things here. Sneaky, but yeah, the atmospherics and the environments are unmatched. That's one thing this game really does have.
At its scale. Moments in a tiny single-player Call of Duty map or something, but match this or even exceed it with nothing. You can hear it.
All right, keep an eye out for the white stumps. They're the ones that have the heart of the woods. Hardly ever see them anymore. Those rock cliffs are show critters? Are they? Is it going to be the arboreal stalker? That would be neat to end on that. Although this is supposed to be things that are in the game right now, so probably not. Arboreal stalker, for those who don't know. Yes! Alright, I called it. It's not an arboreal stalker, I think that's a space cow. Yeah, space cow. Hopefully we'll be getting those soon. Arboreal stalker is basically a whopper.
And the way they queued this up, this should be it now.
That's kind of what they were suggesting, wasn't it?
But maybe they're just suggesting what technology they have in, not necessarily what's in
Could be. Could be. Although this is the sort of thing that with the replication layer coming in, the pressure coming off the servers should be able to do this sort of stuff. But that kind of little homestead is kind of the thing that I'm waiting on. Like a little tiny place that you can trade at. You take their space cow eggs, which is disgusting and awesome, and drop off like feed.
Yeah, that's those sacks where the cow's not ever be.
Yeah, it's gross, but it's cool. But that sort of trade would give an edge to the starter ships. Like an Aurora could make that trade. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to move the jump point. There it is. This is the first time we've seen the jump point it's quantum drive. Yeah, it is. It is. You're right.
I like it when it is.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. That's the new quantum effects. Got a little more sinister there. What's up now? Yeah, so that was new quantum drive. So are we going to see a jump point? We're out at Crusaders, so the Pyro jump point is over between Hurston and Arkencorp, if I remember right. Cloud City is pretty nice.
Hey, I live there.
Yay! Funny, they haven't shown Warval yet.
That's not the place you show Lieutenant Tysman.
Come be an indentured servant.
You can live in the slums. Our #1 export is cancer.
Do you like breathing? You won't like it here. Platforms? Oh no, Starwhale or the Starwall. I'm surprised they don't show one. There it is. Why does it have boobs?
Those are bladders. Hydrogen bladders, bro.
It's still pretty cool. It would be cool if they start dropping those in the game. Like all the critters. That'd be neat. It certainly seems to be the suggestion that it's in the game now.
We're gonna do between talks then.
Right.
Critter hunt.
Critter hunt. That's pretty good effect.
Yeah, that's infinite. Tapestry.
It's one of those things I didn't know I needed until I saw the new one.
There we go. This is a jump point, right?
Yep, that is a jump point one. You can tell because it screws to the clouds. And that one is Pyro. I recognize that.
Show the whole thing.
Funny, I just did this run through last time. Oh, that's a neat effect with the lensing.
That's cool.
We will not be flying through jump points that quickly.
They said that these were compressed.
Oh, yeah. Pyro.
A little blurb at the beginning.
There's a red station. Wow. been looking good for about 3 years now. Now they have the Javelin floating around it for scale because that station is enormous.
I've seen bigger.
Internal transit in Pyro state or Ruin Station is just a trebuchet. It just throws you. This is the first time we've really kind of seen Pyro or Ruin Station holistically, like how everything links together. We've seen little bits here and there, but never the whole thing together. Someone's giving birth. I have no idea.
I mean, this better be how it really is.
Tattoos. That'll probably be in tomorrow's talk. With the new character creators. Yeah, little dude just kind of zipping in. Okay, I'm not the only one that saw that. Teleportation!
It's the stream, guys. That or Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Yes, Charismakov engaged. I'll have to slow that down to read what that sign was. Is that the trash area? Nice.
This is certainly a major departure from the closed-in, elevator-separated design of the current stations.
Yeah. Well, and that was one of my biggest complaints about the current stations is the interiors are completely divorced from the exteriors. Like you could be anywhere in those interiors. That is looking really nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Although I'm sure we're probably going to go. How far are we into this? Like 30 minutes? Nope, 20 minutes. So we'll probably go to one of the Pyro planets, I'm guessing. Pyro 2. Yeah. Wonder if Pyro 2 and 4 are habitable. I thought they said there was a couple that were habitable. Those clouds are looking good. Yes, Queen.
Oh, we shouldn't be bringing that into atmosphere. This is such an expensive trip happening right here.
Right. No, it's not a friendly landing.
I don't know, that NPC seems to be pretty calm.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, you know, chicken's burning.
Okay. This is a little nod in my direction.
Yeah, this is your job, by the way. I'm not touching that stuff.
I'm pointing on this.
Yeah, we can make that happen on the Escort.
Our solution for fire, like, because that guy's real calm, standing in the middle of the fire in a suit, but yeah.
Open doors.
We're just going to be venting the ship at that point.
Everything is fine.
Right. That is going to be in the vacuum, open the airlocks, vent the ship, and get that fire under control. Are we going to see the big pyro spiders or pyro crabs? That would be a cool thing to see. Because they've been working on those pretty hard for the last couple years. No, that's Lyra, which is probably about 5 to 6 systems away, if I had to guess. Not too far.
Just taking a stab at CitCon's best.
So pretty. Landscape.
Is this like green snow?
No, it's like a lichen, if I remember right. They'll probably get a closer view.
I'm liking it.
Oh, that's one of my jokes. I'm proud of you. Making me proud. Dad jokes are just one of the many things people can look forward to at the carnival. Nice. I will definitely be landing at that place.
UGF.
Water simulation on decals? Oh,
Yeah, like a react
on
to
the
the
floor there, yeah.
paint almost.
Object container streaming. Oh man, it took forever to get OBS working. Show some water effects. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I knew they've been working on something that is needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but it's looking pretty good. Yeah. Towing around Goss is going to be put up. Oh, there's Maelstrom.
What?
Yeah, that's Maelstrom. That's their constructible.
Yeah.
Cutting.
I've been waiting for that.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be integral to the engineering stuff too.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, it's kind of.
Oh, nice call.
Yeah, that's.
Good eyes.
Definitely. Yeah, that's. It'll be big for salvage. He's looking at. Oh, here we go. He's pretty calm about having a seizure there. It's an aneurysm. It happens on Pyro. I didn't see the spacecraft.
It was flying one of the.
Yeah, there you go. It would be cool if they hit one in the background.
Gladiuses. Man, that took forever for my brain to catch up to my mouth.
It's way better than I expected.
Okay, that little trademark at the end of Star Engine is huge. So what that was
Yeah,
a big
this is the-
commercial for Star Engine, which they can sell to other companies or lease out,
This-
which would be massive.
This is the first time that they're putting it out there as the official name of it too, right?
Yeah, they've mentioned it before, but they didn't have a trademark on it. The fact they got a trademark on it means that they could have another revenue
I
source.
think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet, to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. For instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great.
Nice.
But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who,
Montreal.
As a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal. Montreal's a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really, really happy to have them. And I want to introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage. Benoit.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker. Or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
All right, now I'm going to pronounce his last
Bonjour! Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically, and just being able to interact has been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this. The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their crafts in the world. They are infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. that this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates,
further ado, yeah.
everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Run, Benoit, run!
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space.
Right.
Yeah. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by Custom Venza in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They are truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated.
It looked like they had dynamic
They're not just
weather, which
a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray.
That's crazy.
And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more variation and details.
Yeah, that's great.
The shape noise blending, a vertical variation, has been improved a lot.
Wow.
That's
wow. Okay.
You need it until you see it.
Right? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that you just gotta take for granted in games that it looks like this.
Also, we made improvements to shorten long distance reach, and the tiling is less visible.
Right. Yeah, this is the kind of thing they can sell to other game studios. as another revenue stream that would be way more valuable than selling ships.
I mean, don't knock selling ships. They've made a lot of money selling ships.
Oh, I know, but I mean, that's the thing, is they could make quite a bit more selling to other dev studios, and you can help scattering on okay.
And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what I want before the end of the year. Yeah, that's huge. Because the last couple have been kind of like, yeah, this is a thing we'll do in 2050.
Like he just announces, hey, it's coming out 3/22. See ya!
Boy, I imagine there's going to be a few announcements like that.
Drop the mic.
Right.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown, the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing Dynamic Fire in Star Engine.
Yes, that's where I know it from.
What?
Dynamic Fire.
So Dynamic Fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences.
He's the fryer for the game.
And it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous
I'm gonna try really hard to remember that, and then first time we have a fire on ship, we've got Dominic Freer back here.
Dominic Fryer, to the front. Yeah, fire's looking.
Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire and ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels.
Room system.
And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat. For example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that.
Oh, look at the UI.
The removal of oxygen. For example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum.
Nice.
Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, the masses, the energy density, combustion temperature, air-fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke. And the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life.
That's cool.
That is a ridiculous attention to detail.
Yeah. So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently. And we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
About like wildfires and stuff.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali.
Okay, no,
and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals.
For right now, but that's...
Well, he said that's the next thing they're going to work on.
Yeah.
Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and where.
Especially since they just.
Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other.
Wow.
And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest.
Scarlett.
And we're simulating that.
That's your job.
Better know your ship inside
So
and
to
out.
finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you.
What could possibly go wrong?
Some new UI elements here.
Yeah, definitely.
I mentioned that.
Shake. Up the Pico.
Good luck putting all that fire out with that. You're doing fine. Hopefully we got like an industrial size one because they go better. Because the roof's already here, it's flashpoints and fire's just coming back. Not Pico.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, they know this community. Can't let Pico burn. Water simulation.
Hello everyone, I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine.
Yay!
So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star
Give us
Citizen
a
Squadron
wave,
Force 2,
Will.
and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, as adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect.
This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wavecraft light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam, and from a distance we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4.
Wow.
Next we have water volumes on Horizon.
Wow.
There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference.
It's looking pretty good.
Whoa.
So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here.
If I don't see them
We're going to have the player
crash a
walking through the
ship
puddle.
into a lake,
As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple. But even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
Ripples.
Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale.
Here we go.
So we wanted the water
Scarlett.
near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice. Really happy with this one.
That's pretty cool. Votes, anyone?
So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there.
That's incredible.
It works pretty nicely.
Yeah, and a live MMO, that's insane.
I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out.
We know they've been working on water-based crafts,
So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in-game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it, so I'm just going to let that play out for you. forward in a second. You're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective,
which would be a good thing,
water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output.
That's pretty impressive.
I won't be impressed till they crash something into it.
And that's us. Thank you so much, CitCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Here comes Vulcan. Planets.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water. They both look amazing features. But I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side.
Have you played this game?
This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently. And it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or
I can't
upset.
wait until I have the cry emote and I can just cry at people and they won't do what I'm saying.
So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything.
That's
we
pretty
can
impressive.
keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here.
Model sweat.
Right? I mean, outside of like a cut scene.
This guy needs to see a doctor.
So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game for our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes you put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game.
So cool.
That's way more realistic.
So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got a infinite projected red dot scope sight.
CIG
We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work.
Deeply unnecessary, but so deeply.
It's kind of thing that no other game would do.
A correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted.
Crazy.
So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game.
Was there
one step at a time.
But it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's great.
Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level control, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called the Unified Tone Mapping Curve. And this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing everything bizarre.
Nice.
Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time. We're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs. We've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR, We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so it's important to get you all three so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting.
Looks like a Sierra.
We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution.
Nice.
And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later. But basically, we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first.
Which is important with
some
the
other quick
level of
updates.
detail they
We've
go
got the screen space shadows is added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets. It helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene. But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating.
Yeah, nice.
Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result.
That means
it's early
they'll
days.
be able to make
this is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and they to avoid any seams in the image.
Yeah, this is kind of the
just help you visualize it. Just put some colorization on it, show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just
they've got 100 systems
give you a better sense.
They need to come up with an automated way of doing
Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently.
Quickly and efficiently.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan.
Still a couple of years out.
This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
I wasn't sure they'd be able to handle ray tracing.
Yeah, I had hopes.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination.
Apparently it's going to shed some light.
As Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now,
nice.
Now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
He's always had like the little strip on his eyes. Okay, that's pretty. That's pretty.
Whoa.
Oh.
Huge.
Okay, yeah. Once again, one of those things that you don't think you need until you see it. It's faster too, from the looks of it. it's still kind of there.
That's gone.
Now it's gone. That's going to take care of some of the super dark areas on the planets where you just can't see anything. Maybe. Hopefully. Right.
No idea. Wow.
That's pretty cool.
I'm glad they're working on it. I didn't think they would.
So
Figured
next
they
up,
would,
the
but I
boring
didn't
or the
think it'd be a
interesting bit.
priority.
How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good.
I might have to buy a new GPU.
And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per
I'd say
room.
give it a year.
And the new
see
system
what the
is
engine's
about
doing, because by
25,000
then they'll
probes
have
that are all
the,
on screen at the same time.
Have a little bit more
And we're going to see that
optimized.
now.
My CPU RAM motherboard should
So
be
here's a
good
scene that I've
for
dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system.
Yeah, there's always going to be
And
a
this is what the ray
wrestling match
tracing
between
sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area.
I don't know what I'm looking at, CIG, but it looks
So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite.
It's pretty impressive. Once again, never know you need it until you see it.
What else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene.
Yep, that's cool.
And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one.
Wow.
As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we could actually, we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this
Man,
continuous
you could almost
smooth
use
view.
this for actual movies.
And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it.
That's impressive. Yeah, this is sort of what I was waiting for, is them to kind of reach this level where
So yeah, there's two
they
really
could
common
sell the
cases in Star
tools to
System
other
particularly
game
that this is going to help
development
with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the
Everything's off.
At the moment, we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it.
Yeah.
So again, let's have a video.
Never happens.
Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little. But then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Once again, the kind of thing you never know you need until you see it.
Lighting's huge.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, lighting and sound are
See,
kind
one
of
of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing what's doing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar.
Nice.
And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
Yeah.
And finally,
more Pico.
And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Starcloth with Chris Rain.
Starcloth and Starhair. This is interesting because we have something tomorrow that's on the character shaders. Actually,
hello, everyone.
Opener at 11.
Nice.
Hi.
Beards.
I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics
or
engine.
new hair in general.
And I would like to start off by introducing Starcloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Ooh, wow.
So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing.
Very.
You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Clipping.
Yeah, you're right.
So much clipping on
You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from the wind.
Blow it up. This PG
and has accurate collisions with the player's body.
And yeah, not clipping. So needless, but very cool.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects.
Oh man, you can see his balls.
Some people might not care, but this is really blowing my skirt up.
You can play football in any outfit.
They might want
this is intentionally
place
sexual?
that somewhere else, right?
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses.
Dance!
Oh, that was a little weird. It's pretty good.
Pretty, yeah, for
Really
doing it
good.
live, that's pretty impressive.
StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this.
Congrats.
The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football.
Yeah.
Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth.
That's, yeah.
The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything.
I have a feeling this will go longer. This is cool, though.
We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible. And we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization
This is the eye wetness of 2023.
Because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters,
cool,
even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling.
What's the impact on my frame?
That's crazy.
One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above.
At least I'll have my tight
This is
clothing.
a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect. But once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with a high fidelity cloth disabled.
Looks fine.
Yeah, I would not notice.
And here the same scene with it enabled.
Yeah, I guess.
It's very cool looking.
It's there.
Guys, the first one is unplayable. I don't know how you would...
Literally unplayable.
To be continued, tomorrow, much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
As long as we don't have the Ace Ventura hair anymore.
So, next up, Star Hair.
We're 2 minutes over, Scarlett.
Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums.
The wrong clock.
The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles.
Yes, it is.
Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. So, and hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Kosarat rods. A Kosarat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender, one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear,
years ago.
exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region.
It's kind of an obvious one. I'm sure it's been on the building blocks or the
video I'm
plans for a
about to
long
show
time.
you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Nice.
Not bad.
So this is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right.
Or even better than like Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
We're actually simulating all the hair strands.
Cyberpunk is my current like gold standard for hair simulation.
Same. Well, this is
so
peak. I would like
we will
to
have
speak to the
characters being
manager
able to run their hands through the hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I would still like to have my whole C be able to undock, but that's pretty cool.
Will my hair get in my face in like a windy area? Because that'll piss me off.
Next, I would like to introduce Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system.
Here we go.
Alright, I'll allow them to go over for this.
And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself.
I will allow it.
I didn't know this was going to be a thing.
They've been talking about this for most of this year.
Yeah, I figured it would be more related to salvaging them, like cutting up ships rather than blowing up goods. Gonna be interesting though, because players can come along and destroy a set piece.
See the water splashes?
Universe will be one continuous pile of slag.
Right? I mean, I wonder if it'll rebuild or Persistence will just screw it.
We want players' intuitive
Constant
prediction of the effects
NPC
a
activity.
weapon or a collision
Just trying to rebuild all
has
the destruction
to actually happen in the engine or in the
Oh,
game.
here we go. PES and replication.
So we
right?
decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity,
I've been talking about this for years.
below
as
a certain
when
threshold,
video games will
Maelstrom
take it to the
allows
next
it to
level.
break off in a
Right.
realistic fashion. If you shoot
Figure
off a
soon,
wing,
CIG.
the missiles and weapons on that wing should still
It's
remain
the only way
attached.
tools like this would ever get built.
If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level item for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
Okay, but
to achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off.
And that's the thing that has to happen
Between
before we
breakable
get
clusters, we
munching.
create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit.
Whoa.
Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom.
Going to be the ones to create
This
Skynet.
image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius.
Imagine what the
I'd like to
Idris looks
show
like.
one more video of Maelstrom before we continue.
Don't make me.
Right.
Oh,
not quite an
yes.
890 slamming into the water, but wow. What's going on with the rocks off the left there? Yeah, that was...
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyzed the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body.
Yeah, he's nailing this.
We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
Yeah. He's our medic, although he hasn't really practiced the latest of medical fields. He's not very experienced medic. Okay, some of the fights in Squadron 42 are going to be epic with that. New ragdoll physics.
Thank you. Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
Look at the water go. That is...
So...
Yeah.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great. Thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, you guys think this is going to change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water. We've just seen force. We've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this. But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat.
Yes.
That's definitely.
Yeah, definitely new HUDs. Look at that.
Sounds good. But what if we wanted a little more realism?
And MFDs, so there we go. That's our new HUDs and MFDs, at least for Aegis is going to look like. I like it. See the map, the little UI, or radar?
Yeah, that's cool.
Originally,
the audio
that was
propagation
supposed
tech
to
that
be
we've been
our
rolling
star
out makes
map
it
would be
easier to
on
change
that.
the soundscape in
Wondering if
real
that's what they're
time.
gonna switch
And a
to.
nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
It was kind of cool. It only worked on the Freelancer, but it was kind of
Here,
useful.
your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is
I'm
heard
not too
clearly,
worried about
and
the
the threat
sound.
level
The,
feels higher
CIG
due to
sound
the
guys
isolating
are
lack of enemy weapon and ship
incredible.
audio.
They are really, really good.
I like this new sound.
Yeah. I was hoping they would go with like the space thing where...
Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area.
This is the way they're doing it?
Sounds like, yeah. That is... I was hoping for this. That's cool.
With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not very good at FPS.
Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
Ooh. I like the grunts and stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll definitely be running mine in realistic mode.
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
This is going to be a choice?
Oh, it's saying realistic mode, so maybe? Hopefully they just do it. I hope they just do it.
Because that seems like it could give an advantage to someone.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
All right. Hello, everyone. So,
hot take, I will be worse at a game.
persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, I would use
My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight
Yeah,
in
I
our
guess that's
technology
true.
for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some
Yeah, this is
technical
one of those that
drawings
would be hard to do
on
visually.
the slides, or maybe show video,
But yes, I will do
like we did 2
realistic
years
mode and
ago.
sacrifice my own
But really, the best
I will
way
too. I
to
need
show
to
you how
hire
persistent entity
Marines to
streaming
protect
works
my butt so no
is
one
to
sneaks
give you a
up on
live
me.
demonstration, and that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches.
Go Paul.
So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything.
Oh, he's just jumping into the game. Nice.
Yeah.
One moment. Sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that.
Probably going to blur that out in the release version.
This is live. All right. So again, on this side, you see the client.
He's got an error on screen.
And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time.
Doing it live.
Yeah.
On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen, which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level.
Fast.
So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in.
Cool.
And my client get connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that chart, and we had real-time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that.
Wow.
But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system, and that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So
I like the way they
everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here.
And there they are.
And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone.
Sir.
And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different zones.
Wow.
And the same works for ships or more complex entities.
This is a great way to demonstrate
it. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single chart. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities.
And that's why the server's bogged down.
So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system.
Players be real
engines
a-holes.
do stream on texture
especially
or
those gowns
geometry, we actually
everywhere.
stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state.
Yeah, and that was PES, so...
So now
show
I
us
have a
replication
second
layer.
player joined. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think we see him over there. Hey Ben.
Shoot him.
Sorry.
He did.
Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split.
That's a new jump.
And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service.
There we go.
So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph
Take
and stream
snapshots.
them to clients and servers which are connected to.
No more 30Ks.
And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here.
Or you'll have one, but you'll have like a 1 second
you all
hiccup
know
and
our
then it'll
game
start
has
running
bugs.
again. You'll never know what happened.
It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen.
Not out yet.
So let's
right?
see
Like, that's not
what's
the state
happening
right
when I kill my server here.
Yeah, I just had a 30. I had a 30K today.
So this is my
Oh,
server,
really? I
the
hadn't
actual
had too many
console.
in this last batch.
So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state.
Huge!
It restored the state, and the simulation just
That'll change our
continues
game
to work
lives.
as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split.
Yeah. Replica. This
But
is why this tech
there's
is
one
been
more
holding this
thing.
game back, or the lack of this tech.
And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this
all
really
this will be
helps
server-side,
online
but yeah.
devs and all people who
Still,
work on the
that's
incredible, complicated tech we here
pretty
to
impressive.
be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right.
And you're back.
Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic.
It really is.
Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area.
And this is what will make it
last
possible
server is
for millions of
authoritative
players
over
to
the
play
red
at the same
area.
time.
You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything. This all happens behind the scenes. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone.
That's crazy.
And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity.
What? That's game-changing.
And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which
like
sits
I said,
on that
they're
other
making
zone.
tools that they can sell to other companies. Which is massive for this
Always
game
fun
to have
to
those
blow
other
stuff up,
revenue
right?
streams.
All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed most one. When I go into this buggy,
I mean, I think that's dynamic.
I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers.
As necessary.
Gotcha.
I think that's my understanding.
Yeah, because
but there's
I
more
thought
to
that
this.
dynamic
So
was
remember
purple,
when I
green,
turned
and
on
red
the streaming
are their own
earlier?
servers, but
The
you're
same
right.
streaming
I think it
mechanics
is if it
work
can
here as well. Like obviously in this example
break
right
down
now,
the
you can
room
see all those
systems.
servers. They have all those entities replicated, and it's a
Not
little
totally
bit
sure. I'll have to
wasteful
pull
because
in,
you have
Knight on that one.
3 servers all need to replicate all those entities, and that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in, and the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's
That's
happened
dynamic, I'm
when
pretty
I
sure.
drive my buggy backwards into that red, into the red zone. What happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server,
It's just more efficient.
there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red
that'll
area,
enable, like if you had 100 people in the purple area, they wouldn't need to
you
worry
will see
about
that
what's
now
in
on
the
this
red area.
server,
'Cause
there's
that's
no
what
client at all.
crashes the
And in theory,
system
we
right
could
now
now
is you'll have a
completely
bunch of
stream
people
out
at
the entire
Lorville.
area on that server.
Someone will
or
spawn
stream
in
in
at
a new
Orison,
area.
and the people on Lorville just had Orison spawn in. That won't happen anymore.
And you will
That's
also
huge.
see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more
if I'm
things
correct,
going.
dynamics when the server or that shard or whatever can grow and shrink to
get out of this
accommodate.
buggy.
Right, like if they had a room inside the purple room.
Yeah.
And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers, and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated.
Yeah, that's big.
I mean, this lets them do just about everything they want. The dynamic is just about scaling.
Right. The dynamic is what's going to give us millions of players versus
That would
hundreds.
probably allow us to get a couple hundred people on the server.
So yes, this is pretty much
definitely. Yeah, dynamic will allow us to have millions.
As long as you don't have a couple hundred people in the same.
I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Like that's the limitation of static server meshing, is that you
it has been a long time to come to
limit
this
the
point.
server to what you can fit in a single shard.
And I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network
10
team.
Years, guys.
Big shout outs to the online service team. Big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
Oh man, that's so good. Give us a win.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We've finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant,
launch.
even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this,
God, I forgot about
3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
Well, I mean,
and we
this
wouldn't
is like
have been
the
able to
culmination
do
of Chris
this and work on
Roberts.
this kind of tech without all your support.
Yeah,
that's right.
100%. You guys and your trust, allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone,
Yeah,
and
this is a
thank you
win for
everyone
him,
at
for
CIG
sure.
that's really worked hard
Who's ever
to
working the
deliver
camera
all
needs
this
to frame it
amazing
better,
stuff
though.
that will be either in your hands now or in your hands
What,
very
you want
soon.
the top of his head?
And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
You just can't see the
That's what we need for this MMO, guys! That's what we need!
Did you just say in your
Great demo,
now
by the way.
Yeah, because they do have the replication
guys.
layers in
Thank you.
321.
Yeah. No win, but at least we're seeing it work.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
What is up, everyone? We are back here on the CitizenCon show floor. Give it up for that amazing panel you just saw. We are so excited to have all that stuff working. We're here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me 2 of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions about your guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at CitizenCon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real
Assume that
esports
they're
thing at an
setting
event like
up
this for
the-
Star Citizen.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community
But they're
to
about 30
showcase
minutes
the
late.
PvP
It's okay. It's
and the
expected.
Star Citizen community.
Wouldn't be a
Fantastic.
Star
What's your
Citizen show
mindset
without
going into your
way
guys'
over
match
time.
today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I assume this is actually why they have like
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship.
The Arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen.
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Just jump into Arena Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bognagas.
All right, and you know, a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
These guys are really great interviews.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm going to feel really bad blowing them up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Admiral Fighter Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon.
Now, which is
see you guys then.
Thing.
I was making a joke about being interviewed.
Ah, here we go.
Here you go.
About time.
Everybody be quiet. This is Ghost and Scarlet.
I mean, I'm okay.
Shut up.
You're talking through it. I will just be quiet and let you two take this over since this is your baby.
What?
That was it, man. That was good. Okay, so let's talk about what we saw.
Screenshot.
I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EOPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation,
we don't care about this. Let's talk about mud physics.
Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EOPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still
just
iterating.
show it.
But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Other things like space stations or platforms.
Of all the Guillermos, this guy is the Guillermo-est.
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network.
So,
what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside object containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You are going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways.
Fuel, coolant,
and
gas,
as for interacting with
what's the middle one?
The engineering gameplay we're show today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions.
Battery?
Quantum fuel?
Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
Might be battery, you're right.
I zoomed in, it's quantum fuel.
Oh, well then it's quantum fuel.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state.
Yeah.
You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples.
With beams.
So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting.
Okay, why are we sneaking salvage gameplay into this?
While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it.
I think that's part of the
so which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury.
Looks to be a live map to me. Could be wrong.
So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency.
I mean, I think that's...
And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way.
Yeah, I think especially on capital ships, that's going to be at least part of your, at least part of what your cargo bay is going to be used for.
So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
It's so beautiful.
So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stored.
Pretty impressive.
The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state.
And there you can see the 2 or 3 there.
You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states.
Wow.
If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here
is it 53
you see all the details.
Like 53
it's sized.
Click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the control drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection.
Walk the airlock.
And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again.
This is the way.
All things
So,
serve the beam.
something to highlight here. Take a closer look at the doors.
All
Since we
hail
also
the
track the
almighty
door states, you see that you
calcium
can watch
buildup
movement
remover.
inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment.
Can we lock the doors?
I'll bet you can. That's...
Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state, so
That's pretty
yeah,
cool.
I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you, sitting at this engineering screen, have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean.
You better be able to lock.
It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better.
Eventually, at least I hope so.
So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp, or the front-facing ramp, or the back-facing ramp.
Open the ramp for you guys now?
Wow.
I'll never be bored again.
Ramp citizen. That is
no
pretty
one
cool.
opens doors on my ship but me.
Don't come back without the booty.
If you want a door
So we did it
open,
last
please,
year
and then
already,
take it
but
directly
let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been showing off some of the new HUD a lot. That's pretty cool. So don't let someone
So
bad
as you
get
can
your
tell,
engineering
engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes.
Cluster bomb
Some of
there
those
out
changes
there.
are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power
so
plant.
much better.
So managing decisions
will have an impact now.
So
you
you
could
really have to
decide,
kind of
as
manage
in this
your
example,
resources.
to shut down your thrusters
Even
to turn on the
assuming
weapons.
that your power plant is
Isn't
running
the
at
best
100%
choice,
efficiency, which I'm sure
since
it
you will
won't
not
be
be
all
able
the
to
time.
maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked.
Yeah,
So that
you would be
management
able
will
to
get
shoot though.
more complex and interesting
And
as you take damage.
here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where
Or even
you
just wear and tear.
need
Yeah,
to react,
that's-
you can activate the batteries and
it's gonna be a
use the
very
additional
hands-on
power.
job.
Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems.
My nipples are
You will be
erect.
able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
Here we go. Here's wear and tear.
Yes.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent
Don't
universe
rush
for
this.
shields, for thrusters. You've
Right?
seen a very
Yeah.
basic version of it.
Rush
We're making
the
them more complex.
ship
We're making
talk,
them
honestly.
more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily.
Could you imagine what this is going to
As
be
for
like
how
on
you will
an
counter them,
alien ship,
you've
Scarlet?
seen
You're going to have your
suffocating
hands
people
full.
with life support. You will also
Oh
be
my
able to
goodness.
suffocate
Yeah,
fire
they're on
with
the
life
Merchant
support,
Man.
which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher.
Oh
mixed
no, same
results.
size. Just saw more of it. It's going to vent the room.
And here we have the option of using the life support system thrust and up before, and yes, vent in the area.
It's weird that it's not showing like the damage go through that system though, so that you can tell whether something's happened there or not. I guess if
now
it's
you can
just
see
the
that
rim
the
system,
fire,
it wouldn't matter.
Once we get to that compartment, has
It's
been successfully
work
built.
in progress.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty cool.
Okay, so let's get Thurston back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is going to probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, I wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah,
it does have a fire icon. Yeah, there you can see
prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed.
It's turning orange from damage. That's very cool.
So that was causing a bit to the panic,
Okay,
so
this
I even got
is making me
distracted
feel
in
a
this
lot
moment.
better. I was afraid that we were gonna get,
we
like,
managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I noticed,
whatever of what
actually
was gonna
the
be.
power plant
This is
also
good to
starts
see.
to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. The attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also
knowing
got
ship
attacked,
layout with
so have
Maelstrom
to
system,
redirect
it's like knowing where the
mechanics
components
to it. And
Yeah, that is.
being able
at
to
this point we
disable
wanted to
ships
flee, and then I
very
realized why
intentionally and not just
doesn't the
soft
quantum
F them.
drive work? And as you saw,
I
that there is a
guarantee
relay that also got
the
destroyed.
Mongol
So
squadron
here you
is
see it
just
very clearly
drooling right now.
that with a relay
The Mongol
being
squadron,
destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be
Pretty much all the
accessed
pirates.
from the pilot seat. That means that yeah, I also had to get that repaired. So it was
See the battery going down?
a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here trying to save the second power plant, because were already running out of battery life. So yeah, if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants.
So I'm guessing you will be able to send NPCs to go fix those
I think
things.
it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse.
Eventually,
and
But you would
the next
almost
step was
certainly need a
the pilot
human
trying
in
to push
that
the
role.
in that seat.
the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died.
Interface.
And the end of the show.
And I mean, they've been pretty clear they'll always be worse than human players at doing it.
Right. Although I'd assume they'd have
So
NPCs that would be
what you
pretty
just
good,
saw
but
gives a
you'd
good
have to pay through the
idea
nose
of
for
how
them.
busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments, sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey.
No win.
322.
Wait, there's one more thing. So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this, because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander.
There it is.
So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
Okay, but that would also kind of require multiplayer gameplay in Arena Commander.
True.
Which they're really close to anyway.
And this will be soon. So, thank you.
I could spend hours doing that.
Oh, come on. Soon? We get soon?
Soon means they want to get it in 322.
Hi, everybody. I think it's there we are.
Your mic sounds like crap.
You know, when we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We're going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to open your mouth and talk to your communities.
That was
I
almost
can
everything
imagine you over the last 2.5 hours.
Some of the things I didn't realize I wanted yet.
A word in edgewise.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest. Hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
This has been huge. Well, I'm going to turn down the volume on the stream right now and keep us up. Cosplay, just kind of...
It's cool, but
it's
good chance to talk over
creativity that some people could do.
Welcome
but yeah.
to the Citizen 2953 cosplay contest powered by
Look at
TSB
everybody get up
Gaming. I'm Galactica, social media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say, professional
I mean, they have been glued
ship
to their
poster.
seats for like 2.5
And
hours.
Yeah, right.
on stage with me, I have
now.
Kat Reeves. She's our creative
Now would
director.
be the time
And then
to
next to
order
Kat,
food.
we have Forrest.
Wow, we haven't seen... I
our
wasn't sure
principal
Forrest still
technical
worked for
artist,
CIG. I hadn't seen him
Who
for
let this
years.
guy
He
on
used to be a
stage?
mainstay
Security?
on ATV.
And of course, Jared Huckabee.
really
what's
seen
your
him
title
on
these
camera in a
days?
while.
We're not going to see him until Quantum
Alright,
is dropping.
Yeah,
really
they're putting
quick,
Tony Z in the
we did
background.
say that this was
Next time we see
powered by
Tony Z, it's going to
Toby
be him
Gaming.
giving a
And
presentation and
for
saying,
those of you
and
in the
it's
audience,
live, go
just
play.
Yeah,
out of
he's gonna
curiosity,
bring out a
who has
mic and like
used a Toby eye
spike it
tracker
into
before?
the stage. Will pretty
I
much
like
be what
those
it is.
presentations.
Okay,
They're
so for
pretty
those of you
like
who
dry
have
and
not
information
used the
heavy,
Toby
but
eye
they're
tracker,
really
I want you
interesting.
to
Oh,
listen to
yeah.
There's zero BS, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see
I
anybody
mean,
on the
they're
left.
just straight
Anybody on the
up.
left?
If we can get
And
this
on the right.
happening,
All right. Now, wouldn't that be awesome if you could do that?
All right, so engineering
in-game
gameplay.
and not have
That looks
to
great.
use your
Looks
hands to
so good.
do
yeah, it looks
Like
sick.
I was
free up
worried
your
with
ability to focus
previous
on your
presentations
flights and
on
your,
resource management and the
fighting
3 role
in-game.
system
And with
that they're
all of
kind of
that,
gearing
if
it towards,
you
that there
use
wouldn't
the
be
Toby
enough
eye
to like
tracker
keep you
5,
entertained
which is
on
some
an
of the
A to
prizes
B
that we're going
flight.
to be giving out tonight.
And that it would be a little bit more like you were if you wanted to be an engineer. Well, situational, and it still is on some level, right?
To see some cosplayers?
But
Can
that
we
you'd
get
spend
some
most of your
drum
time
rolls?
basically in dry dock, right? Like if you want to
Judges, are you
spend the
ready?
time, it's going to be tuning, it's going to
Yes?
be replacing parts
Yes. Okay.
and stuff. But
Alright,
it looks like there
so
is
coming up
quite a
first,
lot to
we
do
have
and some maintenance that can
Diabolus.
happen from A to B.
Yeah.
And so, which is really good in a game where you don't have an 8-hour workday to sit there and be doing stuff. You've got, a 1 to 3 hour play session. That's quite a costume.
Yeah, Artemex. I think that's the guy that always he's a streamer too, but I think that's...
Who is this? This
Diabolus.
is the Artemix Elite Hurston.
Probably the winner.
Armor.
Unless somebody comes up with a really cool Vandal costume or something.
Right.
You're more than welcome to.
Yeah, there's usually one guy that does
Right here. I'll guide
that
you. I'll
kind
guide you.
of
He
thing,
can't
and
see
then
anything.
it's 13 people
Come this
in like
way
a UE
and
shirt.
stand right here.
There are two
Just don't
things
move, you'll be safe.
that are still on my
letting
wish
them
list
walk
for
down.
next year,
Ready for
and
cosplayer
besides that, I
number
think it's fantastic.
with
Like I don't know what they could add to it more.
Make
I
some
want
noise
to
for
see, of
Kin
course,
Shadow.
lockable doors and changeable lights. I want to black out that ship if somebody's invading.
Yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be pretty cool too.
Locking the doors. Oh, this costume's pretty good too.
Pretty solid. Yeah, people are upping their 3D printing
That was
game.
Kin Shadow?
This is a good sign. So what I was thinking was we've got to hit that point where is the Star Citizen community going to hit the point where they really start getting the big cosplayers or like this.
Hey, you guys
cool
know
ties.
this isn't Grimhex, right?
Dig it.
Oh, the ties are actually animated. That's nice touch.
I think we're
guys.
human shields right now.
All right.
I like Ninetales representation.
Yeah, pretty
I
solid.
feel like the masks on two of them aren't working though.
Shouldn't they be cowering?
Oh yeah, looks like
Squat test
Yeah.
confirmed.
Once again, I'd like to point out this is why they need
All right, next
different
is
body shapes on the characters.
I want to move
Right?
you. Oh, come down here.
That'll be a big advancement. Maybe that's something we'll talk about tomorrow, but
I'm
the
hoping
way
so.
they've lit up, I doubt it a little bit. I hope, but I doubt.
So, if you are not familiar with
Conservative.
Hydrosis does
Now,
stream on
is
Twitch,
this the
and
first
I
time
was
we've
lurking
seen
a
it
little bit in his
working?
chat
Because I
as he
think
was
it
making
is.
his
Yeah,
outfit.
yeah. First
Yeah.
time we've
Told
seen
me
it
that he
working in
has
like a live
never
environment.
made
Yeah.
cosplay before,
Yeah, it's always
and
just
that
been
he
like
had
a,
to
this is what we
learn
wanted to
how
do.
sew,
Yeah, or like
and do a lot of different
showing the graphs
fabrications
or
in order to
interconnected
make this outfit,
lines
which
and
is
stuff
quite
like that. We've
impressive
never
for
actually
a
seen it
first
in
cosplay.
action.
I've made probably
Now
about
that
100
we've
cosplays,
seen it
and they look
working,
nothing
and
like that.
admittedly a
So,
small
GG's.
test,
Yeah.
All right, up
Yeah, I think
next,
that was it.
I'm hopeful for it coming
we have
relatively
Lito as
soon.
Jimmy.
Well, I
Maybe
mean,
not
we've got the
this year
replication
sometime.
layer in 321.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go. I was waiting for that.
I'll be right back. Keep going without me.
I would think
Are we gonna get Jax?
hopefully first quarter next year, if
Where
not
is Jax?
latest second
Have you seen
quarter.
him? Have you seen Jax? No.
For what? The server meshing?
Yeah.
I think I agree with
Are we
Don. I
waiting
think
for
it's
Jimmy?
in
Okay.
because they mentioned the replication layer stuff in the patch notes, so it's in some form in
Let's take a look at him while we're
321. My guess is that in
Anybody wanna sing a
322,
song?
when they'll let you go to Pyro or whatever, that that's where it'll really you'll feel it.
Yeah. That'll be so nice to get rid of 30Ks.
Right.
All right, for
Yeah,
everybody
that'll
who's on
be
stage, I want you to
game
do,
changing
like,
for
your
this
best
project for
in-game
sure.
Emotes impression.
Yeah, those moments of I'm flying
There we
quantum with a 4 million gold haul and suddenly 30K and you praying it's back at the station. Now it can just be
Will
like,
the real Jimmy
Did he just
please
have
step
that?
up?
Like,
oh,
Yeah, a couple seconds of pause.
I will say, when I had my
And up
30K,
next we have
I
Britty Kitty.
jumped back into the verse and I was right where I 30K'd from. So I think it's working now,
Oh, that
at
was
least in some level.
cool. But
In fact,
yeah,
I
same.
30K'd while we were talking, so let me try again and see if I
That's amazing.
persist. Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, and next we have Jack Montana.
I like that the face shield removes.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Still can't animate them,
Oh,
but
he's got the
they're
backpack.
close.
the only one that's going to be able to bring Luke back.
I know.
Oh, and the backpack works too. It's got a little screen on it.
Nice.
All right, and next we have a familiar face.
I feel like the backpack is
Dylan.
more detailed than the rest of his armor.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, okay, this is more what I was actually expecting. Yeah, he's kind of like, oh, okay, kind of
Also, side note, if you
I'm here
have
too.
never
up my
had
game for
pizza
this.
made
Oops.
by CitCon, I highly recommend it. You're missing out.
You can tell who has access to a
And
3D
up next
printer.
we have Cyber Wolf.
This time it did not leave me right where I left off, though I was in a station, and
nice.
so it just put me in bed, which is
Yeah,
fine.
but hopefully it keeps your ship and stuff like that. But we'll see.
Well, my ship was stored.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I like
previously
those
it did.
costumes.
-5 points.
Right over, right over.
Doesn't know where to go.
About what I could pull off.
All right, and last we have Cats.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And her Pico sidekick, of course. We can't forget Pico.
I love your nice
That
little
is so
sneaker.
great.
Costumes bold.
All right, judges, feel free
Yeah.
to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have your top 3.
All right.
Well, like the first 2
Hey, John,
came
can
out
we kill this?
overshadow everybody.
Yeah, there's like 4 up there that are really good, and then there's a couple that are respectable, and then there's a few where it was crap. I got to go to the Halloween costume party in a day.
All right, I am gonna go pick up some pizza, so I'll be back on later maybe.
Yeah, I should probably go grab food too. I'll
But I
leave the
feel like
stream going.
I feel like the big stuff has happened already for me today, but
Yeah, let's see.
I'll be
What
checking in.
the afternoon is the ships, I think, is the big one where we'll probably hear about the cutter variants and
Talking ship, yeah.
maybe
that goes
the
for an hour.
what the hell is it? The RSI, whatever, the old ship.
Polaris.
No, not the Polaris.
Oh, the
They
Zeus.
will be talking Zeus. That's it, Zeus too. They'll be talking about the Polaris, I'm sure. Yeah, he's definitely up there. The guy in the Artemix. Navigating the verse will be a big one too.
Yeah.
Because that'll be the
And then,
UI.
of course, the mystery, what's for 3 hours after that?
Yeah, it might not be
2 hours,
anything,
probably.
but I would think CRs, they wouldn't have put a big space in the
I'm
schedule.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure by the time we get there, navigating the verse will be ending about 6:30.
Oh god,
The way
right?
the way that things are going right now.
Right.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Like
let's
just
see.
they're so far behind already.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I don't know. Lunch break was supposed to start at 2, so it's not too far off. That one isn't bad. He put a lot of effort into like the details on it. That one's not bad.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
So I think these are the guys that just got runner up.
And are they getting Toby's? Nice.
All right, I'm going to have you stand right here. And
I can't believe
drum roll in the audience.
Artemex got
Please
runner
make
up.
some noise.
Yeah.
Well, I think these are the top 3, and then they'll have a winner of the top 3, I think.
Oh, okay, got it. I don't have the audio on for this, so I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, I've got it turned way down. I'm just
Back to 2012.
taking a
I've been to
guess.
Disneyland with this guy. I've played with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair. Just so happens to have our first place costume this year. Ken Shadow with the
Okay.
Toby Eye Tracker 5.
He got first
And an
place.
anvil
I mean, it is a good costume. for sure.
Yeah,
He put a
yeah,
lot
that
of work
is
into that.
that is a really, really solid helmet. Yeah, it would have been a toss-up between his and the Artemix. That is
I think
pretty
his is
impressive.
better. The Artemix is good, but it does look a little plasticky. and
Yeah,
rigid.
yeah, it does look a little hacked together in parts. So yeah, that's fair.
Congratulations.
Better
I'm
than
gonna
I
have
could
you
have done.
stand right here.
Oh,
Good
hell,
God, in
what do you-
LA, he must be on fire right now.
Yeah.
So,
I dig the helmet though for the Artemix. Like that's cool.
That is pretty sweet.
Here on stage with us today, a free ship that I cannot announce until the next panel. So, if you want to know what that ship is, stay
I'm
tuned
usually
for the
never
next
that
panel and
interested
you'll
in
find
ship
out.
announcements.
So
I mean,
thank
I'm
y'all for being
a
here.
single ship backer, and like they're kind of cool, and I like to see them and fly in them. But
Judges, do we have any?
I don't own them, so I'm not waiting for them.
Yeah, me either.
Let's get together here.
Yeah,
just
I'll
happy that
I'll
they're
tune in
there
on
and
it,
I get
but
to fly.
No comment.
I have definitely toned down my number of ships lately, but I still have a huge collection of ships going back some time.
And I'm mostly only excited about cargo ships that come out anyway.
Yeah, I just want my
Continue to
BMM
last
at this
sort of
point.
I got a little overexcited, and so I think I'm gonna have ships to donate to the carnival cause. Like,
Yeah, hopefully we can pick up a lot more carnival people in the next year.
We'll need them to fly all our ships.
Right? Yeah, that's the thing. I think it was Info Runners were talking about other orgs and how they only wanted you if you had specific ships. We're like, no. We don't care if you have an Aurora. We will give you a ship to fly. Like, we have plenty of ships. We don't have enough people to fly them. All right.
Yeah, they could be the captain of their own big ship.
Oh God, yeah, that's the dream. I mean, I don't have all these big ships for me to fly. I want to fly the BMM. I have the Carrack and all that for someone else. All right, we'll be back. That sounds like a good time to...
Sounds like an hour.
I'll leave the stream up so that people can interact, or you guys feel free to chat or come back or whenever. I will probably go get food, and just because I don't totally trust YouTube to keep going, I think I might stop the stream here and then pick it up in an hour. We'll do that. All right, back at, let's call it like 2:50.